All right, everybody. Welcome to the Grand Finals, EarthBound SuperSeries Boogey Percent 2020. I'm Temple. I'll be your host this evening. Boogey Percent is a short race category similar to, Magus Percent, Kefka, Narsh, short little race category, just to the Boogie tent. We do this every year. Food is a good finals is a good food. You may be asking yourself, how did we get here? And I can show you. So we started with 16 racers this year. We had 4 rounds of Swiss. And then we cut down to top 8 here. We can track the lineage here of each of our racers. We got the 7 and 8 seed. So first round, Heiko went up against the number 1 Zakubi. Took down Zakubi, not an easy feat. Heiko's kind of been the underdog throughout this tournament. And then round 2, we had Hunter. None of these battles easy at all. And then on to the finals was Heiko. So tough battles for Heiko, definitely the underdog. On Uko, let's see, Classic James was the first round, the number 2 seed. And then Uko went up against Wow, which was, I think, one of the best average times of the entire tournament. Wow crushed it. And then now we're on to finals. So that's kind of how we got here. Yeah, the 7 versus the 8. That's how you know EarthBound is unforgiving. Let's see, let's get our commentary team in here. Commentary. Today we have Hunter RNG, RJ's Mangit, and Krogoth. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Doing great. Good.
All right, I'm gonna get this thing kicked off. You guys can take it away.
What's up, RPG Limit Break?
I'm assuming they're all yelling at us, saying,
Yeah, woo! I can't hear you. No, really, I can't.
Yeah, Hugo's favorite or coolest thing being 2020 is a little sus. If anybody's favorite thing was 2020, I'm sus.
Well, on the other hand, we'll be beating a bunch of bosses with it, so
That's true.
Ah, yeah.
I can see the logic.
Uko used 2020. Titanic Ant died from 2020. All right, and it looks like they are off. So the first thing we've got here is a 1 minute and 8 second cutscene. Just kind of zooming up through Onet at nighttime, setting the scene. Not really much we can do here.
Point out, it is the finals. Obviously, it is going to be a best of 3 race setup. So each runner will have a chance to redeem themselves if this one doesn't go their way.
We've seen a lot of trouble in Onet, so this first half hour is going to set the pace, I think, for each set of matches.
And I was trying to listen in on Temple's intro, but I don't think I heard him talk about each of the runners individually. I want to mention that Uko has a championship under their belt already. They were the 2017 EarthBound Super Series champ. Heiko's still looking for one. Heiko's been in quite a few, and they're definitely the underdog considering going in, but they have a much more consistent time frame. So definitely anything can happen right here.
It was kind of impressive through all of brackets. Heiko ran a 1:10 each and every time. A couple seconds off. He got a little bit faster in the brackets, though, so I think he came down to a 1:08. Where Uko's done a run 1:05, I think, during Swiss. So they both really fast runners, really good execution.
And if I remember correctly, Heiko in one of his bracket races had a Boogey tent to forget. He lost like a straight like a straight up minute and a half to 2 minutes on Boogie Tent and got a 110 still. So very
true,
talented,
yeah.
consistent runner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Uko's had in this tournament a race time as low as a 105 and as high as a 112, where Uko has had 108 to 110. So Heiko's had a 108 to 110. So Uko's best is better, but their worst is worse. So
Mm-hmm.
have to see who wins in this one.
It all comes down to RNG. And you can see we're not really commenting too much on specifically what they're doing here. As you can see, it's pretty rote for the first 4.5 minutes. You can kind of call this a walkthrough cutscene. You notice they both did grab the baseball bat on the first pass. This season, you definitely saw a little bit of variation with that. Some people got on the first, a couple people get on the third. Both runners, though, I think have, over the course of the Swiss and brackets so far, they've kind of converged on the, let's call it, strats du jour. You'll see them get the first thing. You'll actually probably both see them use a very similar strat coming up when they leave here, followed by another similar strat at the top of the hill. So you see a lot of similarities, as you would expect. Top runners doing the top strats. I know one of them is going to make RJ happy. So
Heck yeah.
I do kind of expect to see Uko go behind the couch after they grab Pokey. I'm not sure if Heiko does the same. You can get a little bit more stuck there potentially, but it does save about a half second in movements if you pull it off cleanly.
yeah, Uko pretty much does that strat every single time. Heiko didn't do that during the Swiss, but once he hit brackets, I noticed he started picking up that strat himself. So
Yeah, so
you
both
can see
runners
Uko
doing
did a
it.
nice clean execution, and Heiko as well.
All right.
And
To the RNG. So we've got 3 different enemy types. You've got a dog, a crow, and a snake. The dog will aggro straight at you. A crow will do a sort of swooping motion, and a snake
Ooh.
only moves when it sees you move.
yeah, and you see both runners kind of getting stuck. This little with Heiko getting pincered, trying to despawn that dog.
Heiko doing a good job getting rid of it.
And both get through. That's one of the scarier parts of this climb, is just getting through that little hairpin. It's very easy to get caught in there.
There are certain plates here. Krogoth, I guess you know better than me. Are they 5% or 8%?
I believe these are all 8%, but I can double check.
Okay, but there are 3 plates along the way that are 100% chance, so we know which ones are the 100%, and we know what to do, how to manage on those plates, and then we just hope for clear plates the rest of the way. RJ, you have anything to say?
I'm disgusted.
This is a surprise. Neither of them did the pokey pull.
Heiko definitely tried.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
But if I remember correctly, I was in the finals last year. I definitely botched my first one.
Yeah. Okay. What happens is the Pokey is the middle character in the party, and Buzz, the bug that came out of the meteorite, moves to Pokey first and then starts the conversation. So the idea is maybe if we get Pokey a little bit closer, Buzz doesn't have as far to go. It's very minuscule time save, but among some of us here in commentary, it matters a lot.
It pretty much decides whether or not I continue the run or not. No, I'm just kidding.
Or if he turns off the stream if he's watching someone do it.
Yeah, I'll unfollow.
Yeah, so we're already down to
anybody who
RJ
doesn't
on
try.
commentary.
Yep.
At this point, spawns are back off, so no need to worry about what's in front of you. We can just walk right back out. Question in chat, excuse me. How hard is it to learn this run? I think it's very easy to learn. There's very few tricks that you have to work on. Most of it is just knowing what the game could give you and how to respond to it.
Yep. Yeah, it's I would say definitely mostly game knowledge, especially for this particular this category, Boogey percent. It's about the first third of the game. And real quick, this match right here, you'll see both of them went into auto fight. There's really nothing that you can do. This is all RNG. You're kind of hoping for a 2-round. Starman Jr. having 200 health. It's gonna keep using psychic abilities. Buzz is gonna keep shielding you to protect you from the psychic abilities, and you just gotta hope that Buzz hits for some good damage.
And it looks like they did for Heiko.
Heiko through with a 735. That's a really good time.
That's an amazing time. Great job. Oh,
And
Uko
wow.
as well.
All right. RNG looking up for both already. Hopefully that's a good sign for GoNet
So,
to start off well.
In case anyone's wondering, about the best you can do here is maybe a 715-ish. I would say an average run is low to mid 8s. So we're off to great starts for both of these guys.
Yep. And now they're going to do a little bit more exposition. And the toughest bug of the future gets swatted down like a dung beetle.
Lardna too strong.
Yep. Now they're just going to match through a bunch of text. There is a little trick here. If you continually mash yes, you will Buzz will continue to repeat his story. So you want to make sure that you understand and that you don't want to hear it again.
Yeah, and just to add to that, there are 4 buttons to mash through text in EarthBound. You got A and L, which are default to yes answers, and B and select that default to no answers.
Mm-hmm. And it's very easy to space out in some of the longer text boxes and forget which one to hit at what time. Not a huge time loss, but it's again, every frame matters. So Heiko getting stuck in the zoo, but able to despawn. One of the main mechanics in EarthBound is we call progressive despawning. You'll see them when they see an enemy on screen, they'll pull it off screen. It's about, I think, a third of the horizontal width is kind of where the spawn box is around what the player sees. If you get the enemy off of that and then come back in, you'll actually re-trigger the spawn plate and despawn the previous enemy, so you have a better chance of having no enemy in front of you. You'll see them do this a lot, almost constantly. For the most part, we really don't want to take any battles through, any random battles that is, through pretty much the entire game, except for one spot where we do grind. This is a very grindless game, I guess you could say. So that's a strategy you're going to see a lot of through all of this, and it's, I think, one of the more important key concepts in EarthBound, and I think one of the more interesting elements of it, just as a game as a whole.
In case anyone missed that, I'm not sure how many people saw it in chat. When Heiko was going into that hidden house, it looked like he just stopped for a second, and I didn't know what was going on until I saw that he actually got a magic butterfly hidden behind the trees.
Oh, I missed that.
Which is amazing.
The troll butterfly, I hate that thing.
Alright, so we've done our shopping, we got some new equipment, and we're fighting the first of 3 sharks that we'll fight out down here. The Pogapunk gives us a death for one
early
person.
death, yeah. Not uncommon and not a huge time loss, but definitely not what you want to take. But you're kind of at the mercy of RNG, honestly, at that point.
If you were going to die, it'd probably be one of the better places for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Completely agree, yes.
Yeah, it's only about a minute loss. Maybe minute and a half.
It's kind of tough too, because if you get hit hard on the first turn, you either are taking the risk by going for it, or you have to consider using your bread roll.
Mm-hmm.
So Heiko's
The safe
gonna have to
thing
get
is to eat your bread roll.
Heiko's gonna have to get the mandatory photo right here. When it's daylight no net, this becomes a photo trigger. You can remember your memories, but it's a 20-second time loss for us speedrunners.
Rem the mems. Rem the mems and hags in your yearbooks.
What?
Or cats. There was
Those
cats for a
words?
little while.
They're acronyms? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I
Well,
think so.
hags is.
I don't know.
Yeah. Have a great summer.
Uko going up against first boss Frank. Again, there's not a whole lot you can do. Frank hits hard pretty much every time he hits you. You want to be making sure that you're healing.
Oh.
And Uko taking a death.
So, yeah, Uko got hit for 27, down to 20 HP. We generally think that 23 is a fairly safe number. So when Uko saw that they were down to 20 HP, they were just hoping for the mercy of a better turn. But unfortunately, now each runner has one death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Onet is taking names already.
Not unheard of in this tournament. Onet has been absolutely brutal through the brackets. Both runners have actually had good luck up until this point, so I guess this is Onet kind of clapping back a little bit.
Onet was waiting to shine on the RPG limit break stage.
Mm-hmm. And you can see Heiko getting through the second fight. All right, fighting the Yes Man Jr. Which ends up being a little bit of an easier fight than the Pogopunks, typically. And on to Frank himself.
Krogoth, forgive me if you already mentioned it, but Frank has 63 HP.
Yep.
So they're trying to count how many turns it should take. So at 18, you're hoping for a 4-turn hit.
Mm-hmm. 4 hits.
And so-
And again, it's going back and forth with what he's gonna do every time he hits you, which he hits you 75% of the time. He has a 25% chance to take a turn off, which he says something nasty, which lowers your guts. And we got Uko through it. So I missed their run. Heiko onto Frankie Steen. And Uko under Frankie Steen. Frankie Steen being a little bit more of a scripted battle. Every other turn, it releases some steam, which gives you a dead turn, which is a little bit nice to heal between. It has a strong attack and a weak attack. You obviously hoping for the weak attack.
Yeah, this is
And-
definitely the safer of the 2 boss fights that you just fought.
Mm-hmm. Heiko getting through with a 1507, not bad with a death. And 1526, so Uko not too far behind. You're gonna see Heiko leave and come back. When you do that, Frank has a full heal. So now Heiko is at full health and psychic points, and I'm assuming Uko's gonna do the same.
You defeated me. Let me heal you now.
Yep. Would you like a rest? Now that they've beat the big bully on the block, they're going to be heading to the town hall to pick up the key to the shack, which lets you into Giant Step, which is the first of the My Sanctuary locations. We have a couple runs, so we'll probably get into the lore at some point. But for now, this is just a little bit of progression through the story that has to happen. Lore. I mean,
lore.
does it really matter? Kind of.
I
Not
don't know
really.
what lore you're talking about.
EarthBound lore, the whole reason there was a meteor, and you're a 8-year-old child? I forget how old Ness is.
No, Ness
Like
is
12.
I think, yeah, 12.
Is 12? Oh, okay. I think it's Paulo's the one that's really young, right? Isn't she
I
4
thought
or
they were all
6?
12 other than
Oh.
Boo.
Yeah, isn't it
Anyway,
like
I don't know,
16
man.
or something?
Yeah. Anyway,
Um, Ness on Heiko's screen is getting out some extra cash so that they can fill up with burgers to have plenty of healing items for the next area. Sometimes you might hear top runners doing PB attempts where they're calling it burgerless. That's skipping the step and basically having no healing items for the next boss fight. Much riskier, but I don't think we'll see much of that in this category, in this EarthBound Super Series race.
Mm-hmm. And that's where, so just talking about records, Uko is third on the Boogey percent leaderboards, and they are burgerless with that. It's a 103. Their non-burgerless time, at least that they've posted, is 105.25. So you can see how not picking up burgers and not needing to use them, obviously getting good luck, can really drop the time down. But yeah, you usually won't see that in a race setting. Unless something went horribly wrong and you have to hope that you can make it through Ant.
All right, now both runners are going to be looking for some black specks to fight. Those are slugs. If they stay on the first floor, then they'll definitely be slugs. Heiko getting his first 4-pack now. There's a chance on the second and third floor that black specks are actually something much worse. So you got to consider that and look for how the pack is forming. Slugs come in 4-packs on the first and second floors, or a 6-pack on the top. So if you keep that in mind, you should have a pretty good chance of finding what you're looking for. We're trying to get a total of 22 slugs, which will get us to level 8, and we can learn PSI 2020, I guess.
Yep, this is, as I was mentioning before, this is kind of the one grind spot in the game. You'll see them once they can get this set up. Heiko is trying to get it with that mouse. If one of them sets it up, we'll talk. They're trying to set up a spawn. You can call it a glitch, but a little bit of manipulation on the spawn here to make it so the only thing that can spawn are slugs, and makes this go significantly faster. I think this strat wasn't found last year, but it was really put into effect toward the end of last year's Super Series, and I think this year pretty much every runner picked it up, which was cool to see, just for going for top times, and it really makes this a lot more consistent. This slug grind used to be a grind and could take 7-8 minutes on its own if you had really bad luck.
I think it was found at the end of 2019, before the finals happened.
That sounds familiar. I definitely remember picking that up towards the end of the tournament.
So pretty cool. The game's, what, over 20 years old, and people are still finding ways to make it faster.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's plenty still being found. With I think someone in chat mentioned O-Net skip, which the barricade skip. We definitely can't do it in this run, but that was a recent discovery as well, helping make any percent much faster.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, Uko hit level 7, so they're grinding for the 22 slugs. They're trying to hit level 8, which is going to give them PSI rockin', I think, like you had said earlier. Now, both of them do, at least historically, they have been doing the 6 slug strat. So when they're 1 pack away, you'll see they haven't hit level 8 yet, but they're already moving on past this plate. Uko getting good luck with the 4 spawn down here. Maybe they'll stay down here and just get the last 2 and not have to worry about 6 on the top.
Yeah, so Uko's now at 20 slugs and Heiko is at 12.
Although you kind of have to also wonder if they know what's going on or not, because both of them taking a death might think they have to go for 6. Because it is faster. As long as you can get a 6-pack to actually spawn. This might be a 4-pack.
I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, I think that's a couple 2s, but some good stuttering from Uko to get through that.
So similar to what I mentioned with the snakes at the beginning, all the enemies here in Giant Step are stutterable, so they only move when they see you move. And if you only move in very small increments, the game basically doesn't see you move. And you can stutter around enemies and potentially get away from an inevitable fight.
Mm-hmm. And that's I'd say one of the, that's the strat to learn for most of EarthBound. The problem is even the best runners, as you get more and more sprites on screen, it becomes harder and harder to get that movement to not register. And when you start getting 5, 6 sprites on screen, even the best runners can't stutter through that.
So Uko is now at level 8 and got offense up by 6, which is huge.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. There's an RNG range that you can go up from between 2 to 6, so Uko got the best, and they know that they're going to have some great offense for this next area. It also makes a little bit easier because if you get into any fights with the Antoids, the black specks, he knows, or excuse me, they know that they will be able to one-shot it without having to actually go into the fight. The auto win right there.
Heiko getting the short end of the stick on these spawns, trying to get that 6-pack, but just getting a ton of 1 and 2s, which anytime there's a pack of 2 or 1, they are always ants. The only time slug spawn appears in 6-packs.
Uko walked in on that last room, and the Antoids were already there to greet them, so unfortunately they had to take that fight. 3 Antoids could have been a whole lot worse. They're able to get through it. All right, Titanic Ant fight. So, Titanic Ant and 2 Antoids. Ant has 235 HP. We're going to lead with, hopefully, 2 Rockins. Get rid of those Antoids in the background. Good job.
Ooh, yeah, you want to make sure you get the 2 off just before. Ooh, and a smash.
Definitely need that burger.
And mashing it out, getting an okay. Titanic Ant can take your psychic points, so you definitely want to get it off the Rockins before the Ant can steal. And every time you get hit, same thing with Frank, you want to make sure you're healing, because as you can see, that smash, even just normal attacks can be brutal.
Yeah, something that Uko's getting very unlucky on is they're actually outspeeding the Ant and having to then turn around and use another burger immediately without doing a bash. So they actually may run out of healing items, or I think they may already have.
Yep, going into auto fight. Saves a little bit of time with the rolling HP meter, which is another really cool thing with EarthBound. If you take mortal damage, you aren't dead until your meter hits 0. So if you can mash out a healing item, if you can mash out damage, you can prevent death. Fortunately, taking a death there. A loss at Ant is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so it's a lot more punishing than a loss at Frank.
And don't forget that Uko's going to have to go back and get more burgers too. So
that's true, yeah.
Oh, but
Heiko taking it.
Well,
Heiko got Antoided.
So this is, again, nothing wrong with the runners. This is just a terrible Onet. That's the RNG of EarthBound. So come on, try it too, guys.
We call normal Onet because this is always Onet. A good Onet is the lesser chance. I'm curious if the runners are watching the stream. I know Uko sometimes watches because there's no necessary. It's not like an ancient cave where you can gather knowledge by watching what your opponent's doing. A lot of runners do tend to have their opponent on screen, so they know when they can take a risky strat or when they can kind of back off a little bit and take some safety strats. I know Uko does that. I don't know if Heiko does. I would assume so for the finals, just so he can be aware.
Speaking of Ancient Cave, I'm going to plug a little bit real quick. If you like Ancient Cave randomizers, EarthBound SuperSeries is actually doing some of that as well. We have our own Ancient Cave randomizer set up by Chaz. Thank you, sir. And we have signups going on right now that'll end on January 27th. So come on over to our Discord found on speedrun.com/earthbound and sign up.
and Heiko deciding to take the slugs in the bottom with the kind of luck he was having with trying to spot him up top. Might as well. Uko dancing with the mouse a little bit. And the mice are a little rough. They're
Oh no, I thought they were rowdy.
well, okay. They're a little rowdy. They can be a little rough because of they have very high guts, and guts is what determines how often you get smashed. So they can either do a little bit of damage, or they can smash you and just do an absolute crap ton.
I want to mention that I saw Heiko check his offense just now. He's got 23 offense. So, what I was mentioning that Uko is able to one-shot single Antoids and not go into the fight scene, that is not the case for Heiko. So Heiko has to be extra careful when taking single Antoid fights.
Yep.
This is a crazy race so far.
It really is.
They're really like neck and neck still with all of the nonsense that has gone on.
All right, and looks like Uko is getting to the last room, so we're gonna have Ant coming up again, with Heiko trying to get out of the first area.
Ant Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Again, lead with the Rockins, try to get rid of the Antoids in the background.
You definitely want to get rid of those Ant. I don't know if you mentioned it. They're scripted a little differently than regular Antoids. They actually don't attack you. All they do is life up Titanic Ant. So that's why we rock and just to get rid of everything. Not because we're afraid of damage, but because we want to do damage that sticks.
Saying Uko having 72 and 90 rock and rolls. It's slightly above average. Not as much as you probably want to see, but it works as long as Ant isn't putting up a shield, which doesn't seem to be doing so far.
No, he put up a shield. I saw Uko did 13 damage.
I saw 46 damage, and I guess that was Ant.
Yeah, the Rockin' Alpha can do anywhere between 40 to 120 damage, but it's weighted more towards the center, 80. So we're always looking for at least 80, hopefully more, but oftentimes it gets a good bit less.
All right, and Uko made it through. GG. Heiko working on it. I didn't see. I'm assuming this is their second.
Yeah, I think the first was an 88, so 88 and
Okay.
62, a little bit below average.
Did his first Rockin' miss one of the Antoids?
Oh, it
I
must
think
have.
so.
I
Yeah,
just
it must
noticed
have.
that. Did the Antoid heal? I hope not.
I don't know. I just saw the second one go away. I missed it. We got a little happy moment on Uko's screen getting the.
Yay!
So I was like, woohoo!
All right, and you see, this is where it can get real tough. Hoping for the dead turn and getting it. Generally, you can mash out about, I think it's 24 to 25 life. Hunter, correct me on that.
It depends. Wow. Okay, nice smash. 23 is generally pretty safe. Yeah, unfortunate. I don't know what to say about that RNG. I'm sorry, Heiko.
Just important to know he does have. It is a best of 3, so.
Yes, very true.
And this isn't even, again, these are about 2-minute time losses, but there's still plenty of game. There's Peaceful Rest Valley, there's Carpenter, there's Boogey Tent itself, and Strong. Actually, we're not even through Onet. What am I talking about?
So
there's still more Onet.
So if you combine a good runner with good RNG, a good Onet is sub 30, and the best we're going to get here is about a 34, 35. And again, these two are great runners. Uko almost has a world record in boogie percent. But the RNG of Onet is really changing things up here. So
Onet gonna be Onet today, apparently. So after beating the ant, we want to leave Onet because Onet sucks. We don't want to be here. So we go talk to the policeman, the friendly sergeant, and he takes you out back and has you fight 5 of his other cops. Because that works. In this section, each cop has 75 health, so you're usually going to take them down in 3 hits. They do have a 50-50 chance of doing a strong attack or a weak attack. So you're not necessarily needing to heal every time, but you usually want to keep your health up. So if they smash, you can make sure you live through it. Because if you die on the 4th cop, you have to do the whole gauntlet over again.
Yeah, somehow the cops come back to life.
Yep.
Well, surely there's not just 5 police officers and a chief. Like they just bring in the other guys.
Oh, okay, yeah, backup.
Yeah, it's backup.
And you also want to generally save your psychic points. Usually you want to save 20 so you can do 2 rock-ins against strong, which makes the battle pretty easy if they both hit, which is an if. So you kind of have to, juggle, do I burger? Do I use life up? Burgers only heal about 45, where life up alpha does, I believe 100, so it takes you to max.
Yeah, speaking of that, Rockin' has a chance to miss. It's based off of your speed versus the enemy's speed. And if I remember correctly, there's about a 5% chance for you to miss on strong, but you do it twice. So, I don't know. Let me pull up my calculator.
Don't ask me, because we realize I can't do math.
There's roughly a 10% chance to miss at least one Rockin'.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like a 1 in 400 to miss them both, but I have seen it.
Alright, we go up against Strong. 55 is a very low roll. Strong's a little scary because of that submission hold can do a lot. But a really nice second Rockin' takes them through. And
Uko,
out of Onet with a 34.
I'm sure Uko is breathing a sigh of relief. Get me out of Onet.
For me personally, I find nothing quite as deflating as getting to Captain Strong and then missing a rocket.
Oh my gosh.
It's just the worst.
Yep.
It's like, woohoo, I'm here. Oh, I'm probably gonna die.
Alright, Heiko back up on Titanic Ant.
Or the 2 Rockins doing a little less than 140 health.
Yeah. And then you have 19.
74 is pretty good.
74 is a good hit. Got rid of both
and the
both Antoids. 57's a little bit low.
Yeah, so 74 is like right in the middle of the range.
Oh, smash. So the one nice thing about smashes is if they do have a shield, 2 smashes in a row. Wow.
2 shields with
2 shields and 2 smashes.
You put up a shield, he's gonna smash it again.
Yeah, I didn't even have to explain it. So yeah, now I can. So shields half any physical damage that come in, and they have 3 hits to normally knock it out. But if you smash against a shield, you clear the shield out entirely. So that was incredibly lucky on Heiko. Clearly wanted to get a little bit revenge on Ant, making it out of Titanic Ant with a 35-33. So still a few minutes behind, obviously. But getting through Anne is one sigh of relief, for sure. Not a whole lot of action is going to happen on Uko's side. Uko's just going to be kind of, got a few errands to take care of. Got to give some money to Apple Kid. Got to go find a pencil, the pencil statue. Go pick up an eraser for said pencil, and then they can progress into Peaceful Rest Valley.
One thing I want to mention on Heiko's side is all the enemies are now running, and that's just a little feature that they do in each of the 8 major sanctuaries, that once you defeat the boss of the sanctuary, all the enemies are scripted to run from you at that point.
Yep. which makes it really nice, unless they start running directly into the door, which, if you're not careful of what angle you're making them run away from you, can happen. But Heiko making it out, which is pretty easy. I'm sure he's gonna pick up some. I didn't see how many burgers he used, so he might pick some more up before going to strong. Or he's gonna go straight to strong. Yeah, this far behind, he must be keeping an eye on the race, because he knows.
I mean, you could probably take a guess. But yeah, I'd be surprised if they're not. Screen peeking is not illegal in this tournament. Kind of a similar thought to if you're running a race, you kind of have a good eye on where other runners are. So
Yep.
we do allow it.
You can see Uko hit the top of that little area and then went down. What you don't see is just off screen, kind of again with spawn plates are about a third of the screen off. You only have to go so far up to load the pencil into memory, and then you can go down. So you'll notice a lot of runners will they won't go all the way up to see it. They'll just kind of stop at that little tuft of grass. We have a visual indicator, which sets the flag, and then we can go and get the phone call on the way out.
Another thing to mention on the spawn plate topic. One cool thing about this run is spawns are sometimes very easy to read. The game lags with sprites very quickly. And yeah, that was a risky move by Uko there. This might be a death for Uko. But just to finish my thought real quick, there is a potential to basically feel if there are spawns in the way, and you can go ahead and despawn it before you even see it. So it just saves a little bit of time there if you can learn to read the lag in front of you.
Yeah, and one note about the Ramblin' Evil mushrooms and the sprouts that you saw on screen. They have a much smaller aggro radius than most other enemies, so I think Uko thought they could sneak by, misjudging the radius a little bit. Not a bad death though, because in the end it kind of brings you a little bit further in.
One thing to mention on it though is now Uko's money. So every time you take a death,
that's right.
Yeah, the money you have on hand is cut in half, and that money that we have is kind of earmarked for some future events. So now Uko may have to consider just changing up how they plan to do the next few sections.
Yep. Heiko getting a dead turn on strong. I think that was his first rockin'. He's gonna have to bash it out. Strong only has 140 health, so it just takes a couple hits, but you kind of hope for those dead turns, but guards are not. They're still gonna have your damage. And through Strong with a 40. 20.
That movement Uko did through the park there was a little scary. He's awfully close to Everdread, but I'm sure they're very aware of the trigger spots, but I held my breath for a second.
No, monsters do not steal your money. There are some that can steal food items in your inventory, but the only way you would actually lose money is to take a death.
They punch you in the stomach and steal your wallet.
And then leave you by the payphone in the department store. Now Heiko gets the glorious walk out of Onet. I'm sure he's feeling good to be out, but yeah, knowing that there's some time he's got to make up somewhere. Uko getting rid of the pencil eraser and working through Peaceful Rest Valley. Peaceful Rest Valley is always a little scary. All these spawn plates, and there's dozens of spawn plates. Pretty much every bit of ground they're gonna cover the rest of this map has a spawn plate. 16%, but you know when you're working through, actually 16 to 30%, depending. When you're working through, you're going to be seeing a lot of enemies, and as you can see, Uko taking one, making it through though.
Guys, Heiko is saving at the bus station.
Oh?
Vogler. Oh no.
Hunter, you want to take that one?
Sure. So the general consensus is you save at the department store, but you could also save here at the bus station. And the reason you might do that is because you might do a different strat. Here in PRV, you can take another path and get an item called the life noodles, and that would revive a dead kid if you have one in your party. And after, like, we're planning to do a death warp, which would leave Paula, our second kid, dead at that time. But you need her alive for some future events, and the life noodles might help speed that process along. Generally, it's kind of a very risky move because the path to go and get the life noodles is very scary, and often can lose more time than it saves. But if you're behind, then you're looking for any time save possible, and you might give it a shot.
Mm-hmm. I respect the hustle.
The swag is undeniable.
All right, Uko making it through reasonably well. The next thing they're gonna, upgrade their bat. They're going to upgrade their hat for a little bit more defense.
All right, looks
And
like Uko did have enough money, so that's good.
Gosh, yeah. And they're gonna head out toward the shack where Paula is and get a key item, the Franklin badge, which is gonna protect them from the lightning attacks that the next boss, Carpenter, Mr. Carpenter,
Doctor.
releases on you. Doctor Mr. Carpenter.
Senator. There's Paula, our second friend on our journey. We can't get her just yet. We have to go get the key to get her out. How did Paula get the Franklin badge? I don't
found
know.
it.
Okay, yeah, it was
It was
on the
sitting there.
ground.
She just had it.
And now Uko getting into a scripted fight. 2 insane cultists and a RPG crow.
RPG Pro, I like it.
RPG jerk bird.
He had a rocket launcher. They're already annoying. They don't need more attack.
Themselves, the cultists aren't that scary, but what is scary is they have a 25% chance of calling for help, each of them, each turn. And you cannot run from them. Since that is considered a, quote, boss battle, or a mini-boss, you could call it, the game, it has the run flag set to false. So you cannot run no matter how fast or no matter how many turns pass.
Uko getting some free bananas and fresh eggs. Love that strat.
Yep. Another thing that I've seen more frequently this year than I think in prior years, using that the free stand, suggested to pay, but it's a suggestion. Everyone likes a little bit of free food. And now working through, there's going to be one more fight in here. And again, because that flag, the game counts all cultists as the same. So because of that prior battle, this battle is also unrunnable. There's only one, again, not too scary, but if they start calling for help, that's when things can get a little rough. Or sorry, insane. But Uko making it through. I forgot to check what health they had coming out of that.
Yeah, I didn't happen to notice either. But you generally want to be at like a mid-range health. Like I'd say at least health low enough to survive a single hit from Carpainter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because not only are you trying to balance beating the boss, but you also want to beat the boss with as little health as possible to help set up a more speedy death warp. Carpenter is another scripted battle. We know he's going to shoot some lightning at you, which both missed. then he's going to heal, and then he's going to utilize a pain attack. And he's going to lightning again, and then another loop starts. Ooh, double hit.
Double prizes.
That was very lucky. Each of those attacks has a 25% chance to hit and be reflected. So getting both, that was pretty good.
You have to expect after a while, like with as bad an O-net as each of these runners had, you gotta hope there's some good RNG around somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So Uko's got a little bit of time. I do want to mention that Heiko, I mentioned that Heiko's going to be grabbing some life noodles, so that part is coming up very shortly.
Yep. Heiko making his way through, doing pretty well so far through PRV.
Wait, is the strat to do it before you get into PRV? Or into Happy?
Yeah, that's the standard strat. I would expect
Oh.
Heiko to do that.
So you're gonna see Heiko go south here and
Oh, God.
just into a wall of enemies.
Hi, guys!
Remember, each plate that he passes going south here, he's gonna have to pass on the way up, and he's not gonna have the same amount of space to despawn. This is why it can get real scary.
Heiko reading the spawn lag very well.
Yep. Getting through.
Oh, no. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Those follow the same pattern Hunter had said with the birds.
Pros, yeah.
Yep. They're just a little faster. But Heiko, as a pro, able to dodge and get it stuck on that corner there.
So Uko's going to drop some defense items because they're going to want to die as quick as possible because we have the death warp set up and ready to go. I would assume they're going to go right to the mole cave. I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, I think they had 36 health on Ness.
Okay, then yeah, that's definitely mole worthy. Take an intentional red swirl back attack from the mole and hope that the mole kills him very fast.
You'll see Uko using the ATM card. If Ness attacks, Ness has a good chance with a couple hits of killing the mole before it can kill you. Where Paula only is going to do 1 health, so attacking with Paula is the fastest thing. The other way to do a dead turn would be defend, but again, you want to be damaged, so defend ends up kind of working against you.
Paula gut saved.
Oh no.
Thanks, Paula.
It's a 1 in 20 chance of gut saving, and at the worst time. But overall, a pretty good death warp.
And now Uko is back in Tucson.
It's always nice when Paula is your last living person, because then you just auto fight.
Yeah.
Even if the mole is trolling, it seems to go a bit faster.
Yep. So Uko's going to take care of another a lot of downtime, just a bunch of story triggers to get through. Meanwhile, Heiko is getting through the shack fight, taking a lot of hits, getting scary low.
I don't know if Heiko meant to just attack there.
Oh.
Phil called for help. Failed call for. Oh.
Oh, darn.
So, general rule of thumb is if you have 2 cultists on screen, you're going to want to continue on with your Rockins until there are not 2 cultists on screen, because they do damage pretty fast to you.
Mm-hmm.
So when Heiko just bashed, I don't know if that was an overmash or if they were planning and doing a different strat there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're talking about Frank deaths are pretty okay, strong deaths are a little bit harder, ant deaths are a little hard. That Carpenter death is brutal because now Heiko's going to have to walk through that whole gauntlet of PRV again, which ends up costing about 4 minutes, so that's going to put him real far behind.
The good news is, after this race, we're going to do it again, and O-net is going to be 26 minutes for each runner. It will be the best RNG you've ever seen.
Do we even get 26 on glitchless Manipped?
Yeah. Well,
Is that
so
what
Well, Manipped, Manipped, you take out all the fights against the slugs, so it's actually like 18 minutes.
Oh, okay. Is it that low? Wow.
Yeah. So if you like RNG manipulation, that's also a thing. Not in Boogey percent, but in the full glitchless category.
Mm-hmm.
And we get rid of a lot of frustrations with ONET.
Heiko avoided the red swirl there, but still having to fight the spinning robo. One of the better of the fights you can take here. They're a little bit slower. One of the other enemies you can run into ends up being so fast that you can't even rockin'. You'll miss most of the time. So you kind of just have to bash it out. Heiko gets through that, and we'll see. The nice thing though is there's enough butterflies in strategic areas here with there's 3 spawn plates and each of them have 90% chances of putting out a butterfly, so you kind of can be pretty liberal.
I don't know if we mentioned, but butterflies revives 20-second points each time you find one, so.
Yep. Life ups are 5 and rock-ins are 10.
10.
So.
In the meantime, enjoy the music of Runaway 5. Please do not ask us why there are 6. Unless Krogoth or RJ wants you to ask that.
Why are there 6, Hunter?
No! No.
You asked?
No, I said if y'all wanted to be asked.
They asked me. I don't have a good answer.
It seems like the 6th member may be just the local guy that stays here at the Chaos Theater, because when we all get into the bus together, there's only 5. Told you there's only 5.
So on the plus side for Heiko, since he did get the life noodles, he does not have to go through that little thing again and can go straight into Happy Village.
Someone in chat said the 6th one is the one the other 5 are trying to run away from.
Oh.
That's beautiful. I love that.
I like it.
That is now canon.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think we saw it on Uko's side, but this cave here can have cultist spawns as well. And again, because you can't run from them, they end up being pretty scary, and you really got to make sure that you despawn them. It can be a little tough because they can spawn right at the door, right as you're coming in.
Another fun thing in the EarthBound community is which side bus.
Oh.
Yeah, so Uko went to the right of the Chaos Theater to get onto the bus. You actually don't want to go straight down because there's another 20-second time loss via photo trigger. So they scooted to the right, which is the correct side, right, Krogoth?
Yes.
Krogoth?
I have no comment. Left side is the correct side.
Okay, moving on.
Someone get him out of here. RPG limit break, please get him out of here. Hairfram, ban yourself.
Honestly, I actually, unfortunately, was not paying attention to Uko's side. Heiko had, I think, forgotten that he already did the Franklin badge trigger, and so went to the cave. I went to the shack again. Yeah. He noticed right when he went inside. I saw him leave, and I even had forgotten, honestly.
Oh, so he didn't actually take the fight.
No, because he lost in that shack fight. He didn't have to take the second fight, or he didn't have to do it again.
Right, but he caught himself before he got to it. Is that what you're saying?
No, he got all the way to the shack, realized he died at the shack fight, and then had to leave and come back, and now he's in the cultist hut.
Okay.
Getting the double call for help though, but clearing out all the cultists, so that's gonna be rough. No psychic points going into Carpenter.
I mean, he's got one.
He's one. Yeah, very useful.
I'll take one psychic point, please.
1/10 of a rockin'. It did 8 damage.
Yep. And back into Carpenter. Uko, on the other hand, finishing up some graveyard. Uko is flying through this part. but having some tough despawning here.
Yeah, once a fly kind of loops itself up into the top part right there, you're almost always gonna have to fight it, unless it like is in the process of looping back.
Yep, Heiko hoping for the second reflect, not getting it.
Yep, Heiko's gonna have to heal here.
Oh, okay. I was about to say he outsped, which would still good, but and a smash, clearing it out.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice. That could have been pretty dicey, so nice to see him get through it.
Yep, and he already had the big HP level up, so only getting a couple health points. He's gonna have a setup. He's going to be set up really well for the death warp. Uko seeing the seeing the strange lady, trying to talk to her, and clearly there's no problem here. The music's weird, and there's no one at the door, and no problems though.
Yeah, the standard if you try to talk to nothing is no problem here, and the game didn't give that woman any text to respond with, so she turns around, interestingly enough, but there's no text, so it says no problem here. And now we get to meet the most wonderful character of them all.
Bubble
Ladies and gentlemen.
Monkey.
Oh.
Tony?
I was going for Maxwell, but okay.
Oh, okay. No,
Wait, who is it actually, Hunter?
Oh, it's actually Jeff.
Oh,
Our
okay.
third kid.
Okay.
Jeffrey, unfortunately, is not gifted with psychic points, so he gets a little bit of a bad rap. His contribution to, I'll say, this run and any of the glitchless runs is he has the ability to shoot bottle rockets at things. I don't know why no other kid can do that, but only he can.
Because he's a genius.
That is true. He is very smart. Heiko with the death warp, getting a nice hit and being able to auto attack, which is basically the best setup you can ask for.
So on Heiko's screen, I'll talk for a minute, that if you remember on Uko's, they had to get Paula revived at the hospital before they could continue on. Heiko has the life noodles. And now Paula's revived. So we skip out the entire sequence of going to the hospital. The save at the bus station is actually much closer to the next sequence of events. So that's where the pro of what we call the Vogler strat comes into play.
Mm-hmm. And doesn't have to pull any extra money out either. It saves a little bit of extra time too. All right. Uko, again, advancing some story. Is trying to escape the boarding house. Was given a key that didn't work to go into the lockers by Maxwell, who then provided the bad key machine, aka a crowbar, to open the lockers, steal a pop gun and a Holmes hat, and then by using Tony, able to escape, where he will find the best character in the game, Bubble Monkey.
Look at him.
He's so cute. He chews bubblegum and ruins your plans.
And ruins your life. Yeah.
I'm here to chew gum. and ruin plans. And I've got both. I don't know. We'll work on it. There's 3 races, hopefully. We'll have a good one by the 3rd one.
Oh, look at the swag Bubble
Oh.
Monkey green.
Very nice.
So yeah, Bubble Monkey often lags behind, but Uko is able to use that to their advantage. The dog chases the lead character, in this case Jeff, and gets attacked by Bubble Monkey from behind, leading to the green swirl.
Inversely, Bubble Monkey can be hit from behind, and you can be red swirled.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So taking that fight, again, there's no grinding necessarily. It's not necessary to fight that dog, but we usually do that. It gives you a little bit of extra health. Again, since Jeff doesn't have psychic points, he can't heal himself. So you're kind of at the mercy of your own items. The next fight that we are about to get into cannot be skipped. And having that 3 extra health doesn't sound like a lot, but can really make the difference in passing it. So also the bread roll, which again, a healing item, they're at a premium at this point. So really good that they were able to get that green swirl and not even have to do the fight. Not that it's scary, but you know.
Now we get to enjoy the magnificent Tessie, also known as MS Paint Beast.
It's the
Anyone in
most
chat's-
polarizing scene in the game. The 2 worst characters writing the best one.
Wait, that math doesn't add up to me?
I approve. This is a minute 30 cutscene. Can't really do much. Again, this is. I think everyone is on board saying Tessie is the best character.
For sure.
I'll tell you what, Tessie has never disappointed me.
Yeah.
Always has that smile on her face. What you're gonna see, so Tessie's gonna go away and Uko's gonna get control again. You're gonna see Uko do a strange movement. Instead of going straight down, which again, the shortest path is typically where you'd want to go, you're gonna see them go diagonal. That avoids a 100% spawn plate of a gruff goat. Gruff goats are very strong and very dangerous. But for some reason, doing that movement makes it not exist, which is fantastic and makes that area much, much easier. In this next section, we have an unavoidable fight against
A present.
a present full of worthless protoplasm. They are not dangerous on their own necessarily, but they can hit, take you down in 3 hits. 4, now that we have the 3 extra life. But they can call for help. Thankfully not doing it this time, so Uko making it through pretty
Heiko,
well.
no! Heiko went down a little bit too much and got the photo trigger.
Yeah, that's the trigger we were avoiding with kind of the wide maneuver that you saw on Uko's thing. Oh, and Heiko going left
Heiko,
button.
no!
Yes. All right, valid run. Here we go.
Heiko knows that I don't want to see that.
Heiko messed up twice there. I can't believe that.
And so you're seeing Uko doing a little dance with this duck. This appropriately is called duck skip. Uko's gonna try to make the move into this bottom portion, which lets you sneak by around top, but it is not wanting to cooperate.
And at some point, you just want to probably cut your losses and go. But
Yeah.
if they're aware of the situation, you can drag it out.
Yeah, I think Uko just really wants it at this point.
It's the principle.
Duck, you're the best.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the duck fight really is only about 20 to 30 seconds. So, me personally, I tried to do the skip once or twice, and if it doesn't work, like that position, I think Uko can just go.
All right.
Yep, there we go.
Now we've got it. Oh my gosh. That was closer than I wanted it to be.
So this setup is where Bubble Monkey earns his hatred. Not this time. You can see how, and if you've noticed, Bubble Monkey stops. Bubble Monkey loves to stop in that little alcove. Makes you take that fight. It is another worthless protoplasm. Same issue as the first. They can call for help. It can be a little bit scary. But Uko getting lucky. Bubble Monkey cooperating. So.
See, look, Heiko called me out in chat. What is this?
And now Uko making their way through Pond Cave. Again, it's slugs from Giant Step and Rowdy Mice. So we kind of know what to expect there. All of the spawn plates in here are 60%. So there's a little bit of art of what to stutter past, what to try to despawn. Uko making it through the first room pretty well. Second room starts containing those mushrooms. Again, they have a smaller aggro radius, so you can usually go around them.
Oh, this is risky. Okay, I'm
Uko-
glad Uko thought better of that.
Yep. Uko getting a little hype through there, but should be able to get around that shroom no problem, and into the third room. And the final use of Bubble Monkey, appropriately, chews gum and floats because he's full of helium, to drop this rope down for you so you can climb out. We're probably going to see... Yep. There's a bottle rocket here, which again, Jeff is the only one who can use. He does have a big bottle rocket, which can be enough to defeat Boogey Tent, but usually we'll pick that up as a safety strat. And making it through... That was a pretty decent pawn cave, actually.
Very much so.
And now... Uko's pretty much done with winners. There's a small section here, a couple of fights to avoid. They're slower, the enemies are slower than you, so you can outrun them pretty easily. So not really that scared of that. And then talks to Jeff's dad, and then flies away.
Jeff's dad, best dad.
And donuts, as we see Heiko starting winters.
Skyrunner is a nice long cutscene. Krogoth, how long is it?
It is 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
One of the longest in the entire game, actually. Definitely
Yep.
the longest in Boogie percent.
Second longest cutscene in the game, I think. Usually a good break. One of the nice things with EarthBound is there are a number of cutscenes where you know, for a 4.5 hour run, if you're running all glitchless, depending on your ability, it's good to have some bio breaks. 4 hours is a long time to be sitting down, so a lot of runners will get up and stretch, maybe check chat. I know when I'm running Boogie percent, this is usually when if I'm doing a race, this is when I check my opponent, see where I'm at. Heiko cleaning up the boarding house.
Someone saying this song is a banger. Yeah, there's a lot of great music in EarthBound. I think this is based off of The Who, correct?
I don't know for sure, but the soundtrack is, yeah, full of bangers. Easily my #1 video game soundtrack.
Plenty of like Beatles references and other things like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, and Heiko making it out with Bubble Monkey. We'll see what kind of spawns they get. Yeah. So where that hound was on Uko can either be a hound, a crow, or a gruff goat. Gruff goat spawned on first time, seeing the hound. Heiko going for... There is a setup where if you touch it... I've never really gotten it, but if you touch it at the right spot, you actually can get a green from the front, I believe?
Yeah, that setup looked pretty good. I don't know if there's any randomness to it or what the actual trick is, but that was very close.
Mm-hmm. Didn't get the bread roll, but did get the life, the life up.
Also, Bubble Monkey Smash killed the dog. Jeff never touched him.
Bubble Monkey putting in work. All right, Uko done with the cutscene. Picked up their new friend. Not going for the door skip. That's fine. Unlocking the door, getting out.
There could be spawns right outside. Uko's gonna check. Looks clear.
Safe. There's a teddy bear in here, which at this point Uko knows they're in the lead, so they're gonna take it for a safety strat. It is a bit of a double-edged sword, though. So teddy bears take 75% of the time they'll be hit instead of a child. But with Boogey Tent, because we haven't leveled up Paula or Jeff, if and when we kill it and all 3 children are alive, we end up, let's say, losing. It takes about 40 seconds to run through their level ups. So a dead dead kid isn't that bad here.
Yeah, it definitely is an issue.
Oh, we got fire strats though. I didn't notice that.
But
And
here,
first round.
nice. Probably be right at a 114 for Uko. Uko does have to, as Krogoth said, go through all the level ups and then get to the fly honey.
Yeah, I don't think did we mention when the time stops or how the time works at all?
Yeah, I think
No,
so at the beginning.
Okay,
I don't know.
hope so. Yeah, time
I
doesn't
actually
stop
don't
when
know.
you-
I was just
when you beat it. Time does stop. Yeah, I think like Hunter just alluded to the when you pick up the fly honey that drops after this level up sequence, and it says Ness.
In this
or
case, it'll
you
say, yeah, you takes it. Which
takes
is
it.
terrible grammar, but
You guys takes it.
And that's time. 1:13:54
Nice. That's really pretty. That's pretty good for
for the deaths.
what we
yeah.
witnessed.
yeah, so as I mentioned at the beginning of the match, Uko had between a 105 to a 112. Got a 113 in the finals match just because of the RNG of the game. And Heiko never had below a 110. Obviously, they're going to finish with a time above that as well. So that's just the name of the game.
Yep, and thankfully, again, that's why the finals are best of 3. You know, there's definitely, you know, there I think was one or 2 mistakes made, but nothing huge. It was really RNG at the beginning, man. That kind of can set you off, and I know it can tilt me a little bit, get me off my game. So. Duck not
Thank
cooperating.
you, Bubble Monkey, for stopping in the way.
He's like, "Ooh, look, a duck."
Did you see this duck?
Yeah, again,
Go
ahead.
I was just going to mention on Uko's side, Uko is doing a tent glitch, which to the right side of the tent is actually out of bound of the entire EarthBound full map. And so when you check out of bounds, game sometimes gets confused. And it's telling them about a hint that does not apply.
A lot of crazy things can happen.
But believe the tent post; it's worth it.
Yep. We got Heiko getting into Pond Cave now, making it through. Bubble Monkey cooperating on the second proto. It's a little hard to stutter through that section, so Heiko going for the despawn. I think most people would do that, yeah. Make it to the third room. Yeah, and so, again, talking with the number of sprites on screen, there's only 3 enemies, but Bubble Monkey counts. And Bubble Monkey, with his ability to stop, like he did there, can make these rooms a little bit scarier than normal, than if you were just Ness stuttering through them. Dodging that, getting into the third room. think Heiko is gonna at least try and finish off this run.
Believe me, this hint is worth a lot more than you paid for. That's it. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1.
Oh wow, it's been getting more and more corrupt as this has been going on. That's great. This is why I love
Curse.
I love tent glitch. It's so much fun. It can, in very rare cases, and I think we've actually had it happen twice, once to Uko and once to me, get in the debug menu, which, as you'd expect out of debug menu, you can teleport right to the last sequence of the game and technically finish any percent.
We could submit runs that way, couldn't we?
Uh-huh. I think it wouldn't be...
I mean, we'd definitely be frowned upon, but...
it is slower, and there's also a good chance to get soft locked. Not that it normally would soft lock you, but I'm not sure exactly why. But
Man, it is actually getting worse.
Yep.
Believe me, this hint is worth a lot mo.
Does Ugo run emulator? Does Ugo run?
I think they're on emulator right now.
Cartridge?
Yeah.
Okay. I know, or I believe I've been told that there's it reacts a little differently on cartridge than it does on emulator. So I've never seen this style
The
of
text is
production
just
happen.
devolving.
It's just eating itself. This is great. Debug percent, yeah, that's true. Although way slower than debug percent, which I think is it 11 minutes?
The record is like I think a high 11-minute, yeah. Because we actually can do it in ONET. So yeah, coming here to the tent is actually much slower, but also much more interesting. That's I.
Oh! On the subject of debug menu, here it is. And you can see Uko putting in a very, very nice number to bring us to...
Yeah, it's actually not a meme. That's the correct number.
69 is the number to get to. This is the final cutscene. Unfortunately, seeing that little postal box on the top left, that means they did get soft lock. Now, that doesn't mean they're done.
Oh, yes. They got Starstormed.
You can get Starstormed, and this is now a soft lock. That's great.
The debate.
PK envelope.
Oh, I just realized that we're listening to Heiko's audio, so they can't even enjoy the Starstorm.
Oh, yeah. You were just hearing repeated. It's not even worth listening to. If you heard PSI Starstorm, you've heard it over and over and over again.
I like hearing there's also knocking going on in the background. It's the
Oh yeah,
knock.
it's very ominous. We should mute that now though. I think we'll focus more on Heiko, who's finishing up the Skyrunner cutscene here. My guess is he's not gonna go for the teddy bear, because again, a dead kid can save some time. Had a pretty good pond cave though. Seems like Heiko only lost a few seconds on that split. Off their I don't think this is their PB.
Krogoth, if you ever make it big, that one quote is gonna haunt you the rest of your life.
Oh my god. Thanks, Kirsty. Kirsty happens to be a friend of mine, so yeah, I will not be living that one down. It's fine. Yep, skipping the safety bear as expected.
I'm a fan of bear skip.
Oh, getting a lot of spawns though.
Wow, yeah.
Wow.
Good grief.
All of them.
The little sleeping marionettes, they I believe those are stutterable, or they just have a very small radius.
Yeah.
The trick or treat kids, they'll run at you from afar.
Okay, every spawn plate later.
Yep.
I
to
would
Boogey 10.
assume we'd get defend. Yep.
BBR. This is the quickest way. Because of how much health Boogie Tent has, which is 579, which was a close shot. Should be able to clean it up with Rockin'. Yep.
There we go.
Um,
GG Heiko.
Yeah, there is a chance for Boogie to kill Jeff, but again, with the rolling HP meter that I explained earlier, if you mash through it, and you can only do this, I believe, if you defend with the first two kids and then bottle rocket with Jeff, you can still get that bottle rocket off. Once Jeff shot the bottle rocket, he is useless at that point. So him dying is actually not a bad thing. Again, saves about 17-ish, 20 seconds of level up here. So not a bad thing. But again, it kind of depends on how you want to approach it. That was the safest and potentially quickest way. But GG to Heiko for finishing that one out. Probably feels good to get that out of the system. Bashing on Boogie 10 is always fun. The 123, 23, 33. That's a lot of threes. All right. I think we're gonna take a minute to reset here. Get ourselves back to the beginning for round 2.
As a reminder, it is a best 2 out of 3. So Uko could win it with the next one, or we go to a tiebreaker if Heiko wins the next one.
Yep.
Chad is asking, yeah, it's definitely not over yet, but if Uko were to win the whole series, Uko would be the first repeat winner of EarthBound Super Series. That is true. Both runners, please make sure to reset your timers.
The doggo was a good doggo.
Favorite homemade food? Go easy. That is my favorite food. Get me a nice heap of go easy. I'm gonna have a good night. 2021, go easy, please.
I like it.
I don't think it's listening.
If you're watching this as a Twitch VOD, hi, how are you? I hope things in the world are going better than right now, but best of luck either way.
Let's get some better RNG now. That's
true.
the only hope. Yeah. I mean, realistically, both of those races, that race, really shows how, wild the RNG in EarthBound is. We kind of talked about some specific little strats. Really, the kind of in the know strats that we were mentioning only save a couple seconds. The bus saves about a half second. Pokepull saves fractions of a second. At the end of the day, it's really about game knowledge and how to react to the RNG that you're given. That's really what ends up setting the, sets the difference between the high runners, which both of these runners are. For newer runners, it's definitely not out of the realm for a new runner to get under a 110 after a couple runs, as they kind of get that game knowledge under their belt.
Round 2, fight. And by fight, I mean sit here and wait for this cutscene.
Yeah, we used all of our content in the first race, so now we're just gonna sit here quietly.
Well,
Talk amongst yourselves.
so what's going on in EarthBound? Do people care? Do people care about that in this year?
Oh, is this
I
the
don't know.
lore?
Is this the lore? Yes. A child sleeping in the northern area of Onet, where apparently only 10 people live because there are not that many houses.
So you only need 5 cops, you know?
Yeah, that is true. Gets woken up by a meteor crashing outside. Being the brave boy that he is, he grabs the cracked bat from his sister's room and goes inspects, because that's what a loving mother would do in 1990X.
I like Chad's addition. He wakes up January 1st, 2020.
Okay. Yeah.
Even this seems like it's a little better than real 2020.
Yep, just as a reminder, we are doing Boogey %, which is a glitchless and no RNG manipulation category. That is a race category getting to 3 Boogey tent, excuse me, about a quarter way through the race. I'm messing up everywhere, guys. Please help me out.
It's about a quarter of the way through the whole run. The full
Thank
game.
you.
I gotcha. As we were talking through the first one, they have, their PBs are in the 105 to 108 range. Excuse me, 105 to. Gosh, now you've given it to me.
103 to
103 to 106.
Oh, 106. Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, Heiko's PB is 106.41. Again, it's not burgerless, and Uko's PB is burgerless. Uko's burger full, I guess, PB is burger full is 105.25. At least that's the quickest that they've posted on speedrun.com.
Uko jumping down to the last split so they don't have to split throughout the race.
Oh. Well, someone's gonna have to track differences now.
Why have you done this to us?
The chaos.
As I open the stopwatch on my phone. Okay. Again, mashing through some text. Pokey, who is not the most evil person in the world, went and inspected the meteor after all the cops went home, who they were disturbed by the gang from Frank, who we will meet later and have already met because time. He wants us to go find his brother, Picky, who he left because Pokey is afraid of everything. Heiko getting caught. See, on Heiko's side, you can see him get caught behind the couch. That is one of the downsides to doing it. If you don't glide around the couch perfectly, it's easy to get caught back there and end up losing a little bit of time instead of going below the couch. But now we're back in. Ooh, Heiko getting the speedy bird.
So, if you could just go back and watch what happened on Uko's versus Heiko's, like they both had a crow, they were both relatively in the same place. One flew away, and one flew as fast as they could into the nest.
That dog just was like, nope, and went right behind the bushes.
Uko, I think Uko's hacking right now.
Uko's getting really good RNG for sure. Wow. Those are some good spawns.
I thought that was a chance for
that bird
Heiko.
was caught too, yeah. The pattern on the birds are interesting. Hunter said it in the first run. Wow, he's getting hit real hard. They do in a swing pattern. If they get caught on a wall mid-swing, they will not reverse direction. Unless they land, or I guess stop moving, get de-aggroed, whatever you want to call it. but apparently it was able to. I don't know if it was like just caught by a pixel and came off or what.
So, if you're here for the first run, we were kind of joking around about Pokepools. Uko's screen
That's a good one, yeah.
is a beautiful Pokepool.
Yeah, that's real great.
Yeah. Again, Buzz, little fly, or bee, I guess, goes to Pokey before starting his dialogue. So, getting Pokey as close to the meteor as possible, and Heiko doing not too bad. Again, it saves a quarter second, half
probably
a second.
probably a couple frames, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not significant.
It's more of a swag strat.
One thing to note too is that Heiko beat that crow. He's now level 3, or not level 3. He leveled up, and it's a little safer for that first Pogopunk.
That's true.
He does have to expend some sort of resource to heal himself, but the
Yeah,
fight
but
itself
Heiko
should be a
did
little
die. Heiko did die to that first shark last round, so
Yeah.
Getting this level up is actually a decent help when that comes.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, like we were saying, this fight against Starman Jr. Itself, both runners had really good fights in the first round. They got, I think it was 3 rounds for both of them, maybe. It's possible for this to be 5+ rounds, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is 100% RNG. And let's see here. Smashing Jr., guard 80. And Uko getting out of it pretty quickly. I think that was, it may have been 2 round.
Yeah, I think it was round 740 again. That's 2 times in a row. That's really good. Heiko getting really favorable RNG so far.
Yep. And Freeze, the quickest of the psychic abilities that he can do.
Another freeze.
2 in a row. Nice. And taking him down. All right.
So I always say, an 817 is a perfectly fine time. Heiko did that with 2 crow fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, again, really good Starman for both runners. A little bit more lore. We're bringing Pokey back to their parents, of which they are going to be yelled at. That's all that's happening, is they're being yelled at by their father. And then because Nessa's dad has asked and been loaned by the father a lot of money, they want you to get out of their house until Lardna smushes Buzz. Womp womp. Yeah, honestly, I'm generally happy if I'm out of this house by 10 minutes, or sub 10 minutes, which I think Heiko is going to be able to do with pretty well.
You talking about like at the door?
Yeah, leaving the door under 10 minutes. I'm usually pretty okay with that.
I like to gain control in the daylight at 10, which I think Heiko's going to be like literally spot on with that.
That's true. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I don't think we talked about. So there's a reason why we don't go straight to buying the baseball bat and bracelet. By going up there, we pick up the Mr. Baseball hat and equip it. But we're not going to keep it very long. We're going to sell that. It gives us $99, which allows us to buy a regular baseball cap and a bracelet, which gives us 1 more defense than the Mr. Baseball cat itself does. By equipping it, makes the selling process go a little bit faster.
0.3 seconds left. It was close, huh? Okay. we talk about this weird walk? I don't remember.
We
that.
didn't actually. It happened too quickly. Go for it.
So Uko here is walking like almost into the hospital. That's another weird walk, just like the goat in Winters, where there are sharks that are here that are scripted, but there's also the possibility of additional sharks being random encounters. And taking that route to walk into the hospital gets around the spawn plate that would spawn those.
Mm-hmm. You also saw Uko getting the fruit juice in the trash can. A little bit of a safety strat. Most runners get it after the first fight, but I can respect taking it on up front just to have.
Yeah, where like a burger heals you for around 40 to 50, the fruit juice only heals you for 6. So it's just an option to have if you get a weird amount of damage taken throughout these fights.
Yep. And you can see Heiko using
2
fruit
cookies
juice
and a fruit juice.
and a yeah, exactly. All the healing you can get. Additionally, kind of going back to needing to buy burgers going into Titanic Ant, these first 2 fights, both Pogo Punks, are 100% drop rates of burger, which you typically, I mean, you use them in Frank if you have to, but you usually try to use your life ups first. I think buying a burger takes about 5 seconds, so every burger that you don't have to buy saves you quite a bit of time. You can see Uko, yeah, starting with a life up.
Back into the Frank fight. Reminder, 63 HP. You're going to heal every time you get hit.
Uko hitting pretty strong.
Yeah, that's going to help out a lot.
Should be almost like a guaranteed 4 hit as long as he gets it. Yeah, or they get it. There it is.
Much cleaner Frank fight than last time.
Mm-hmm. And after Frank, you do get a level up there. Oh, I don't think Heiko's gonna get the level up. Or maybe he will? You get 5 more psychic points. You can heal again during the Frankenstein fight. And Heiko getting through Frank. Not much. Separating the runners. Frankenstein down for Uko.
Yeah, I think that was about a 13:28. That's much more in the time that we would expect from good runners with good RNG.
Yep. Again, Frankenstein is a pseudo-scripted fight. The first round is blowing off steam. Second round is a light punch, which is about 15-16 damage. Then it blows off steam again, and then from that point, each attack can be a tear into you, which does almost 30, 27 there, or the light punch.
Heiko having a couple misses in a row on Frankenstein. Had to expend a burger when he was 1 hit.
Heiko down about 35 seconds right now.
So using a burger in a race in any of these fights isn't the end all be all because they're gonna go buy them anyway. So it's not the worst thing in the world. If you're doing burgerless, it would almost be a reset.
Yep.
Yeah, when you're buying burgers, I actually expect to go through at least one myself.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked and excited when I don't.
Yeah, you've heard us mention burgerless. It's not really burgerless, it's more that you're just not buying burgers. You're using all the burgers that are free. We never talked about it. There's a burger up in the trash can by the hamburger shop. There's the 2 trash burger. There's the 2 burgers that drop from those Pogo Punks, and there's another burger at the top floor of Ant. So there are a number of burgers that you do get. You just have to hope that that lasts you through Titanic Ant and the cop fight. That's why you almost will never see that during an actual race. It's very risky.
Yeah, so the most burgers you can get in what we call burgerless is 4, where the fewest you'd get buying is 8, maybe even as high as 12, depending on how it goes throughout the run. So To go from 8 or 12 burgers and healing items down to just 4 is a big difference.
Mm-hmm. And Uko making their way to the shack. Two Titanic Ant. Yeah, they're on their way. You also
Got
may
a
have
little
noticed.
wild.
You may have noticed that they didn't go right up to the door. If you walk up to the door, and if you played it casually, walk straight up to the door, it will tell you that the door is locked. What we do is if you glide off of the left side of the bushes on the right, you actually get right up to the door without triggering that text, saving you just another second or two, which is always appreciated. It's one of the easier setups for a tech skip. You'll see Heiko do the same thing. Just glide off that tree. As long as the entertainers don't get in the way, that is always the potential risk.
And as a reminder, we're going to find at least 22 enemies, hopefully 22 slugs to fight. Uko's at 4. Heiko's looking for his first 4-pack. Oh, Uko has found their second, and they're now going to get to 8.
Heiko having a hard time despawning the mice, getting to the spawn plate that we want to abuse.
Yeah, and on this first floor, all the spawn plates are the same. We have the same chance of it being filled with slugs, the same chance of it being filled with mice, whatever. It's just that the one that Uko is at right now is the one that we were able to abuse a little bit with that cliff right there.
And you can see, so you're talking about getting that mouse stuck. Uko has the setup that we want. If the mouse is stuck in that corner, anytime that plate spawns is going to always be a slug. We use that little crop of rocks that you can see Uko walking over as the visual cue. If you just kind of go back and forth, left and right over it, that's the exact spot you need to activate and deactivate or keep reactivating the spawn plate. So fun little bit of tech. The plates are 55% spawns, so if you can make sure that every other time that you go over it, it always feels like a lot less than 55. Every time you go over it's going to be slugs, then that really reduces the number of times you have to trigger it. Slugs are only a 25% chance when it does spawn. It's usually a mouse.
Yeah, and I don't think the actual percentage being slugs changes, but not having to stutter away from a mouse is the big advantage for all of this.
Yeah, you're right.
Uko finished their 4th 4-pack, so they are at 16, and I believe Heiko is on their 3rd, so they're trying to finish 12. Uko getting an unfortunate red swirl against a mouse. Mice have an extremely high gut stat, which means they are very likely to do smash attacks. So there's 3 smashes in a row, taking out about 40 HP of Uko's. Luckily enough, most enemies have similar experience drops, I guess. So Uko should be now counting that they are at 17 instead of just 16.
We got a chat asking what happened in the first round. First round was just a lot of bad RNG through Onet.
Yeah, smashes from Ant, Rockin's missing Antoids.
Uko took the 2 ants. They must have noticed that it wasn't a 6-pack.
Well, I think these 2 might actually be enough to push Uko to the 22 limit. Maybe that's what they're hoping for.
Yep, there it is. Okay. Offense 3, they're gonna have to check the psychic or their offense to see if they can get the auto kill, or maybe they'll just play it safe and not.
Yeah, I think Uko likes to do that. Uko just says, I'm just gonna stutter him regardless. I don't care.
Okay. And Heiko, I think, is at 20 now.
Uko showing why they're a stuttering pro.
Oh, look at that. Heiko
For
is
the
trying to
Android-
pull just one.
Ah, I missed that.
Picked up 3, but almost got the single, which would have been an auto win and much quicker.
All right, Uko's using, what is it? Just please.
I mean, it works too. Oh,
Oh, missed
the
and
miss on
Antoid. Antoid maxed out Ant's HP. So, looks like we're in for another fun round with Onet.
Again, Ant has 235 health. So there's a lot of health to go through, and Uko may just not even try to use their burgers.
Yeah, it looks like Uko's been
And
a little
save
more
him.
aggressive. I don't blame that
Oh.
strategy.
Okay.
Also crazy. You rarely see the Antoids in the back not get killed.
Yes, and now we've seen it twice already.
Twice. What the heck?
So instead of Uko healing every time, they've decided to only heal when they've gotten hit twice. Obviously, we're getting close to Ant going down, so they're going to be a little bit more.
Oof. Wow. So that was risking it for the biscuit, but taking home that bread.
And a 22 Ant. That's really good
That's a
job.
really good time. Wow.
Yeah, pretty good luck after some pretty unfortunate luck to start.
Unfortunately, I missed what Heiko's offense is, but apparently it's 23 because they're going to stutter around this Antoid.
Yep. Oh, getting stuck on there, but making it through. Very nice. Just gonna despawn that. Deciding to go for it. Yeah, that when the ant spawns in the middle, it's kind of tough to stutter around. But when they're in the bottom, and only one ant spawn and up to Titanic.
Okay, can we have 2 Rockins, please?
I'll settle for just both Antoids dying.
All right, Magnet's going to take some psychic points, and it does take
8.
too much.
Wow.
But at least he got 100 there. That's a good roll.
And
took
at
out both
least the 2
Androids.
Antoids are dead.
Yeah. So now the question is, yeah, do the life up. Hope that Ant doesn't take more from Magnet, and doesn't, so gets it off. Now Magnets are dead turns, which we're hoping to see. Unfortunately, getting the shield up. I
Did I
haven't been
just see the
tracking.
bread roll in there?
Does he still have the bread roll?
I thought I
Huh.
saw that. Yeah,
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't know where he plans on using that. Maybe with Apple Kid?
I mean, if you didn't use it, might as well not drop it. Since we're
Anything.
not. Oh, just. Trying to get through that shield. Seeing 13 damage each time is definitely rough. Heiko just going for it.
All right.
There we go. Good. Whew. Heiko's down about 2 minutes and 25 seconds right now. Again, nothing that they did. That was 100% a really good grind and ant fight for Uko.
Uko's on the cop fight now.
Cop number 2. Again, cops have 75 health. 50-50 chance to do a strong or weak attack. Crushing chop. Ooh, smashing.
Luckily, Uko was already healing. Uko's running a little low on burgers and healing items at this point. They're gonna have to start resorting to life ups.
Yeah, again, usually you want to save 20 psychic points for strong, so having, you have 2 life ups to use whenever you think that it's useful. I usually wait till I'm down low in the 30s, again, because burgers only heal about 45. Not exactly 45, there's a range for all healing items and psychic abilities, but 45 to 50.
These cops are pretty relentless.
Yeah, they're being brutal. In this last cop fight, you always have the decision. Again, you want to have enough health going into strong where he can't just submission hold you and kill you in one shot. So you're usually trying to heal more than you typically would. Oh, and the lucky smash.
That was really good.
With a lot of health, so I think Uko is just gonna double rock in right off the bat, no question. With Heiko picking up some extra burgers, completely understandable. He had to use a lot of those in that fight. Captain Strong with a dead turn. That's nice to see. 50, very low roll. It's 90 health left.
90, yeah.
73.
17 left.
And the smash.
A 27-0 net. Amazing stuff.
20. That is a fantastic time.
Much better than the 35 before.
Yeah. Yep. And Heiko starting the gauntlet.
Yeah, this is working out well. We get to talk about each runner and, you know, not lose too much from both of them.
Apparently I have to be careful saying Heiko's name because it activates my smart speaker. Don't ask.
Okay.
Uko picking up the safety burger.
Walking around town to get it.
Mm-hmm. Playing a little bit safer with the mushrooms than they did in the last round. A death here does suck because then you're all the way at northern Onet and have to walk all the way through Onet again. But they're just gonna clean up again, pick out some money from the bank, and then hit a couple story triggers. With Heiko running through second to last cop. Still has both of his life ups.
Deciding to use one there. Unfortunately, they outsped.
You hate to see it.
And then 2 hits later, right back down there to life up range.
Yeah, it's also a little scary. You know, these cops have 75 health. If you've leveled up any more than normal, it is possible to... I have killed them in 2 hits before.
My favorite's when you don't do it. You
Nice.
take 4 hits.
Oh, man, when you get the smash like that, though, and you don't waste any turns, that's gotta feel good going into strong with 79. And what are we gonna get? Submission hold. It's a little bit scary. What you're gonna do the second round. 105, that's a good hit.
You only need the rockin' to hit. I don't care what it is. If a rockin' hits, all right, strong.
I like the decision to heal, though.
I absolutely respect that decision. I would have done the same thing.
Ladies
After
and
what just
gentlemen,
happened in the first round, I would not be risking anything unless I absolutely had to.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deathless Onett.
Yeah, that was a much cleaner Onet, and a 30-41, still pretty good. A couple minutes behind Uko. But as you all saw in the first round, anything can still happen.
We went from a 35 and a 40, I think it was.
Yep.
Down to a 27 and a 30. Much better runs.
Mm-hmm. And again, that just goes to show you the RNG. There's only so much you can do about it. I guess a little bit of a lore update. So you beat Titanic. You beat Titanic Ant, which was your first My Sanctuary area for a Soundstone that we don't care about. And you know, we absorb the power as you do as a psychically inclined child. Oh. A red
And this
squirrel.
this might be a death.
Yeah, well, this is actually not bad because see, I would have taken that because then you spawn back at the department store and only have to walk down.
They didn't get the phone call.
But the money thing again.
Yeah,
Well,
you have
they
to get the phone call from the cave.
You have to walk to the cave in and out again. You're right. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Trying to think. I think I timed it once because I did die from a UFO up at the pencil before, and I think it saves like 10 seconds.
Interesting.
If you do it, but of course it's you can't set it up, right? It just
Here's
happens.
the phone call on Uko's screen that we were talking about. This is a required one.
Continuing the lore, I guess.
Of course. What else?
Yeah, you finish off the you absorb the power as a psychically inclined child, as anyone would obviously happen. And the police, though, are upset that you've misread the sign that says "Do not enter," and you entered. So you must go and talk to the captain, who was Captain Strong. Captain Strong says, "Well, if you want to get out of Onet, which we do, you have to fight us." Because reasons, and that makes sense. Police are sensical in this world, and so you beat them. They lower the gate, and you're able to go through. You then give money to another genius child, Apple Kid, and a burger because he is hungry. And then we skip a lot of things that happen and end up finding a pencil that blocks our path because reasons. And EarthBound World, which, as you know, we're darn, we can't get through there. Apple Kid happens to make an invention that erases pencils for reasons. You go pick up the pencil eraser, as Uko just did, and you erase that pencil. And that's where we are in the story.
I feel like there's a lot of skepticism on the plot coming from you, and I'm not a big fan of this.
We're bypassing a lot. I only have an hour, man.
I hear a lot of because reasons.
It was Nintendo in the 90s.
Uko getting another unfortunate fight there, trying to get through the cave. The door trigger on cave doors is kind of odd, and you'd think you're hitting it perfectly, and you may just not. Luckily, they again don't take a death from a double sprout fight, so not a big deal. Time loss for the fight itself, but another butterfly we'll find along the way will get us right back up to speed.
Go, watch out.
Double sprout! Ah!
Uko making their way to the PRV again. Again, a lot of areas you can get pincered, so you're going to see a lot of progressive despawning. You're going to see lag reading. A lot of skill to get through here cleanly, even though it looks like just trying to work with RNG. It's a good mix of both.
think that enemy is stuck. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Got them all stuck down there. What losers.
Yeah. You'll notice, I don't think we mentioned it last time, Uko and Heiko will do the same. They walk north to the tree and then kind of diagonal then south. That actually, I guess, disables or at least makes a couple spawn plates very unlikely to spawn anything. I don't think we know why.
Well, it is an actual spawn skip, but if you don't do the trick, you hit about 3 spawn plates. If you do the trick, you hit 1.
Ooh.
So that's why we still sometimes will get battles.
Okay, is that what it is? I remember hearing about it for the first time this year. I think we knew about it for at least another year. I don't think it's super new, but it's within the last 2 years.
It's been around for a while. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's found by someone that was gone before I got here, so
Oh, okay.
it just wasn't widely used. That's all.
Got it.
So when Uko's got a cold right now, and whenever you have a cold, you take small amounts of damage every turn. And their HP counter actually went to 0 from the sneeze, but they had a life up, and that's not how that works. So now they actually did die, unfortunately. They'll start back at the department store, which makes Heiko in the lead.
Yeah, honestly, just puts Heiko right in the lead. And just like that, the game gives and it takes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say Uko did anything wrong there. It's just the enemy movements. They played some good linebacking and was able to cover Uko pretty fast.
Yeah, because Uko actually made a good move around the first UFO.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh,
Good
wow.
stuff,
Well
Heiko.
read.
Heiko's gonna get the sprout stuck on the rock. Perfect. Oh, this is great use
Yeah.
of terrain to your advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Take notes.
Yeah, that kind of spawn work or enemy work is really the sign of a really good runner. You know, some people would get scared there. Not me, of course.
Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. There's one of those 90% spawn plates for butterfly.
Yeah, because honestly, I was watching Heiko look at the pincer, and I was like, oh, you should just take the one on the left. It's just a single enemy. But
Right?
then he dazzled.
Heiko maxed out on psychic points, so gonna just finish the rest of the walk here. Eventually. There we go.
Heiko not
Clean.
going for the life noodles this time.
Uh-oh.
Uko getting a pincer. Uko's
Dang.
got to think about what they want to do here.
Oh.
Wait. There's something to work with, possibly.
Well,
Maybe not. No, not anymore. I don't think there ever was, actually, but
I was waiting for the MLG play.
yeah. Heiko upgrading their equipment.
Uka making it through that fight pretty clean, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
That's
good.
Having full psychic points makes this a little easy. They might have to. Yeah, they'll actually, if they get one, they won't have to grind at all. Another butterfly. They just need one more. Oh, they're just
True.
killing it anyway. Never mind. Still the same though. I don't know. I would just, if I had the points, I would just rock in everything and just grind out a butterfly.
Same.
Jeez.
Yeah, I always, unless it's a UFO, I just rock in.
Good movement by Uko.
Very nice movement.
Yeah. So they decided to not do like that spawn skip that we were talking about, and that when you do that skip, it skips that where that UFO was. That's the one you're trying to avoid, I believe.
Yeah, the robos that was chasing Uko, they do that swooping motion. They're a whole lot faster if they move left and right, but moving up and down, they actually just make pace with you. So very good knowledge there to be able to work with that.
Heiko in the shack fight, not getting a cultist kill. Ooh, getting a call for
All
help.
for help.
Had the queued up Rockin', takes out the 2 cultists. Almost dead. The cultists have 94 health, so they're was pretty close to dead. Had a little over 10. Got through. A cookie, unfortunate. Cultists can drop a PSI Caramel, which gives you more psychic points. It's a 1 in 128 drop, but I've had it happen more, what feels like more than that.
I had, in one of my races, I had I don't even know what it's called, a Meteoritorium. Someone help me out here. But anyway,
the robots drop.
yeah,
money
it's a
drop.
1 in 128, but it actually, you can sell it for like $1,000. So I did that and got some extra beefy equipment. It was fun.
Mm-hmm. Heiko picking up some free food, making his way through the
Everyone's
cultists.
doing free shack strats now. I love it.
I wonder if they'll try to do cookie strats on Carpainter now that they have one.
The idea with cookie strats is you can potentially heal with a cookie, giving you 6 HP, but it would be after Carpainter hits you. So you would heal from fatality and have 6 HP left, making the death warp even faster afterwards.
Again, since we're working with that rolling HP bar, you still heal off of what your final health would have been, death being 0. So you're up to 6. And then just hoping that you kill him before he hits you again.
Yeah. Or you'd outspeed. That's another issue.
Yeah. Heiko getting the reflect on the first.
Got
And
110
just
to
going
do
in with
it.
this.
Oh,
You see,
they're
I
about-
like that strat. I mean, your health is usually higher, but if you get the double reflect in that, I'll usually only do it if I have two rockets in me.
Nice.
That's a good Carpainter fight.
And
Yep.
they should stay right around that amount of health. Because they got their big
Yeah.
level up previously.
43 is not too bad for a death warp.
The mole can tee off, go a little hard on you and do 60 damage. So it is killable. But most likely it'll take 2.
Mhm. And Uko making it through the cultist's house. Cult house? What do you call this?
I like
don't
Colt
know.
House.
Cult house?
It's a lair. A cultist lair.
Ah, yes. The lair of Carpenter.
You don't plan happy things in lairs.
This is Happy Happy Village.
Oh, well. Yeah, I
There's
guess.
2 happies in the name.
Yeah. So
Wow. I'm gonna make happy, happy,
2
happy.
positives make a negative. Math.
Wait.
I don't know.
That's not even right math. Heiko dropping the defense equipment again to make that death warp faster.
Uko starting the Carpenter fight. Start with the bash. No reflect on the first. Carpenter's gonna life up. Queuing up the PSI. Low roll.
But it was nice.
It was a very nice low roll. Getting 1 reflect. That's good.
Only for
That was
90
another
damage,
low.
though. That's
Yeah.
pretty low for a reflect. But it's better than not getting one.
There, and you can see Uko using the banana to, as Hunter was talking, is at 24 health instead of using the cookie. Taking Carpainter out.
So low 45. We're about 2 minutes, 10 seconds between the 2 runners. Definitely not Heiko's game yet, but Heiko's got a nice lead right now.
Considering Heiko was down about 2 minutes earlier, that was a pretty nice flip.
The mole does not want to do anything.
That's the problem. You can
Hey,
have
look,
the
there's
mole.
the 60 damage on the person that it didn't need to do it to.
So now Ness just has to keep flashing his ATM card at it, confusing it even more.
My dad gives me money when I kill you.
My dad is somehow omnipotent and knows when I've killed you, and then gives me money.
And the mole's like,
Oh,
stop.
There we go. And stop showing me your ATM card. What is this plastic?
I honestly could say I've never seen the mole smash somebody before.
Yeah, that was kind of shocking to me too.
Heiko checking to make sure he has enough money, and he does. He needs $100 to revive Paula at the hospital.
Getting more money out of the ATM costs, I think, anywhere from like 7 to 10 seconds. So anytime we try to make sure we have that $100 after death, remember,
It's
when you
500
die, when you die, you lose half your money on hand, and the game is a little bit, in that it rounds up. So if you had at least 199, you'll have 100 after death.
Mm-hmm. And you have to pull out, I believe you have to have a 550-ish around there coming into Happy Village to do all the purchasing you need, and dying and having enough to not have to pull out later. Usually you can get that. You'll have some residual money. You pull out 500 from the ATM when you're in the department store. And Uko setting up the death warp. Nice.
Uko doesn't even get to flash that card.
Nope.
The mole wasn't having it.
I've seen this before.
Dumb rich kids coming in here with their ATM cards.
Thinking they could just buy their way through.
Yeah, and the nice thing is being able to just auto attack with Paula anytime the mole sizes up the situation. It feels a little strange, which gives it a chance of hitting itself. But you can, there we go. You can knock it out of that confusion with an attack. Only doing 1 damage means you can just do it forever. This is a pretty good death warp, all things considered.
Reminder that Heiko will do a weird movement to avoid the photo trigger here. They're actually doing it from the left. I've
Oh.
never seen that before, to be honest.
I've never seen that.
I saw him do that in the last round, and I thought it was a mistake. But clearly, nope. They found something new.
Huh. Flashing the swag strats in the finals? Alright, I like it.
They made my
question.
stomach hurt. I was like, oh no!
I don't know if it actually saves time or not. Maybe Heiko can tell us.
We'll
It
see
doesn't
if,
save years on my life.
Yeah.
So if Heiko did left theater, will he also do left bus? Is the question.
Well, he knows it annoys me, and has already said it in chat. But let's see. He can redeem himself. I'll forgive him. Maybe. Heiko, if you're out there, do the right thing. Literally, the right thing.
Heiko, if you're out there, do the right thing. Literally, the not right thing.
Heiko, go right.
Thank you.
Actually, no, Hunter, we know what you want Heiko to really do.
Yes. But I
don't
know
think-
that. Yeah, I know the race is too close.
There's a third secret strat that only the bravest use. I don't think we'll see it in the finals.
I would say that I perfected it, and it is to really just confuse everybody and do all the strats, which is obviously the slowest of all, but you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Okay, so we made up an idea in the last round that the Runaway 5 are running from the 6th guy, so that's what we're going with.
Yeah, it's canon. Didn't you read the guide?
Hey y'all, I don't know if y'all noticed Uko's strat went very left theater.
Wait, Uko doesn't know what to do here. Wait. Oh, okay. So we are going around.
What happened?
Uko did left theater, just very, very left, and then up and right.
Appreciate you, Ugo.
Heiko's watching.
Yay,
theater, taking right butts.
Heiko!
Okay. Yeah.
I can't believe Heiko just won the tournament like that.
Uko went so left, they jumped into O-net for a minute, and then came back.
It's like they tried to do a theater underflow.
To answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes.
It's the half theater press run. I don't know. I'm just stretching now. Both runners in cutscenes, Runaway 5. We didn't really get to talk about kind of the 3 graveyard walk on the first run.
We'll do better this time, we promise.
We're gonna get a stern talking to after the match.
I can hear Temple yelling at us now.
Here's what you did right. Okay, and here's what you did wrong. Everything.
You're all terrible.
So yeah, you're gonna see, and again, Uko did this as well. Heiko's gonna go up straight there, head over to the graveyard. It's definitely a little tricky. There's a lot of spawns here, little flies which move back and forth, kind of
Yikes.
similar to crows, but a little bit differently. Very nice juke.
That was beautiful.
There's some trash men, literal trash men, and ghosts. Ghosts are the scariest because they're not supposed to, but they can clip through the ground. Ooh. Oh, is Heiko gonna be able to despawn that fly?
Did they actually?
They did. He did. How?
Maybe it unaggroed for a sec? I don't know.
Weird.
That's bizarre. All right, I haven't seen that before. It is a scary part of where the fly. If the flies go high enough, you can't get them caught on the trees to despawn them with the progressive despawning. So usually when they're that high, you have to take the fight. But somehow Heiko lucked out and it didn't. That's fantastic.
Shoutouts to Uko for right side bus. 2 out of 2 right side buses.
See, they know what's right. They just want to toy with my emotions.
Damn it, RJ.
The woman in the hotel seems to be possessed by, I don't know if it's Gygus or something else. But they're basically luring you into there to get beaten up by all the zombies and held hostage.
I guess because it's a game. That wouldn't be a very fun game, right? You get to
Because you would start at the southern side of Threed. You just have half your money gone.
You wouldn't actually be locked away, yeah.
See, I appreciate that, Heiko. Thank you. You're on the good list again. I have a list.
Wait.
It's got to be really short. It's Krogoth, Airfram.
Yeah, it's Krogoth and Airy. That's it. And then I keep crossing and uncrossing out Heiko.
He's been written 20 times.
It's like the Simpsons chalkboard, but with Heiko's name.
See Ugo do the graveyard walk as well. Seeing flies up there, so wanting to despawn them. Some trash men. Oh. Almost aggroing that fly on the south, but not. You only have to get close enough to these zombies up here, which sets the flag for the strange woman to appear. fun fact, you do see her later in the game. If you play through the whole game.
We don't.
We don't.
Not here in Boogey.
We're never gonna see her again. Wait, no, there she is.
Oh. How'd you get there?
I think I didn't time it, but I think Uko's about 3 minutes behind.
Fun fact, there are 3 items in the lockers here. We only get 2 in the speed run, but you can get all 3 at an infinite amount of time. You just have to drop them out of your inventory, and then they're back in the locker. All safe and sound.
What's the third item? Is it a cookie?
I think it's the...
Oh no, it's a broken pipe. I think.
Okay. I knew it was something Jeffy.
Now you have me questioning. I'm gonna have to look at the chess map.
Yeah, look it up, look it up.
Oh, it's not considered a chest, so actually I have no idea.
Really?
Yep.
I
have to check the wiki, and I'm not gonna do that.
Alright.
Anyway, there's a third item.
Just trust us. Or play the game and find out.
I cannot recommend that enough.
Good despawn for Heiko.
Mm-hmm.
No, not free money. Free monkey.
But it costs $1.
Look, no, the gum costs $1.
Oh, the monkey is free. Why buy the monkey when the gum is for... Wait, no. Why buy the...
Go ahead.
No. Don't make me.
Broken air gun. Thank you, Classic James.
Oh, thank you. You'll actually have, you may have noticed Heiko clipping the lower end of that tent there. If you go just a few more pixels south, there's another photo trigger that they're avoiding on that spot. Uko will do the same. Some runners who aren't quite as sure will go up and around the tent, which is safer. For those top times, saving that whole 1.5 seconds.
I'd rather take the 1.5 seconds than 20. But
yeah. Yeah, it's once you know the placement, it's not too difficult to avoid, but it's always a little hairy.
Yes, this is best 2 out of 3. Uko's got 1 win so far. Heiko's currently in the lead, trying to tie it up.
It's about a 3-minute difference between the runners right now, but they're both in winners, and a lot can happen. We saw pretty clean pond caves on both, and pretty good brick roads as well. Surprisingly, the first protoplasm is a good chance of death there. It's not a big death because you end up spawning right where Heiko is, but a death there is pretty common, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
Reminder, Heiko's gonna swing way out to the left to avoid a spawn plate trigger.
Ooh, Uko getting the green swirl again.
Did it again.
With Bubble Monkey. That is swag.
Now they're just showing off.
and the bread roll.
Yeah, yep.
The heck? Manip! They're cheating! Not really.
Ooh, not a good start for Heiko.
Yeah.
Terrible start.
So Heiko's going for the defend.
So the goal here is Heiko wants to run, and the run chance continues to get better and better the more you're in battle. So Heiko's kind of waiting, and if you defend, you're only getting hit for half as much, and they're trying to wait out a little longer to make the run chance a little better.
Yep. Yeah, the run speed at turn 0 is it's just the difference between your fastest character's speed and the fastest enemy's speed. But every turn that passes, that rate goes up by 10%. So it is possible to start a battle with a negative run rate. But if you can defend and live long enough through the battle, you can eventually get a 100% run rate. Ooh, Duck Smash?
I've seen it before, but it is insanely rare. So, that's not one you plan for. Luckily, the first proto fight is no longer there, so they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that was... I mean, ducks are vicious creatures in general, so it's kind of on point. Unfortunately, the duck is still there, so Heiko gonna try to despawn it this time. They pass by the duck skip the first time.
We just need Duck to move left.
Nope.
Heiko said no. I don't think he'll smash
Duck didn't
twice
want to
in a
cooperate. Oh, that is one little interesting thing about Brick Road is there is no red or green swirls in here at all. So Monkey hitting the back of Duck did not give a green swirl like it did for the dog on Ukko earlier. And Ukko landing right in front of Brick Road.
A much more common duck fight that time.
Mm-hmm. The race is tightened up. Oh, Ukko opening the present.
Oh, Bubble Monkey.
Oh, and Monkey not cooperating.
I actually wasn't sure if the present would get to Monkey there or not.
Monkey smashing the protoplasm for the kill. Ukko making up a little bit more time. Heiko making it through Brick Road. Oh, yeah. Oh? Is the duck gonna cooperate for Ukko? Nope.
Duck's going the other way. I'm gonna get more in your way.
Ukko still going for it. Whew.
I mean, Ukko has committed to the duck skip in a way that kind of has shocked me the past 2 matches.
Yeah. Heiko getting some unfortunate, but this is more common for Pond Cave, just that little corner there. Again, all these plates are 60%. But there's a lot of plates in this little path here. So you kind of have to decide what you want to take. Yeah, they're only slugs, so they're really not that strong, and I guess a single slug is an auto kill?
Yeah, the concern that I have with that is spawns from off screen joining in.
It's true, yeah, that's right. And Heiko getting halfway through. By the way, so we call this place Pond Cave. That on Heiko's screen is the reason why it is Pond Cave. That is the pond.
It's a beautiful pond.
We
It
don't
may
care
be a
about the
small
pond anymore,
pond,
it's
but it is
behind
my
us.
pond.
All right, and Ukko through Brick Road as
So-
Heiko finishes off Pond Cave.
So at the end of Brick Road, Ukko's about 1:40 behind. But Ukko could have a much better pond cave, and Heiko's not out of it yet.
Nope. The mushrooms up here don't always enjoy spawning appropriately. Ukko gonna have to deal with 2 slugs. Not dangerous, just a bit of a time loss. We don't particularly care about levels for Jeff though, so it does take out some of the... You're still gonna have to go through the level ups after Boogey anyway, but it doesn't really save any time.
I hope that Heiko.
What?
That was weird.
Monkey turned away and made it. It must have been when they touched, so that's why it was gray and not green or red.
Going through Stonehenge, I feel like Heiko got really close to a photo trigger. I hope that he knows where that is better than I do, because I thought that he actually hit it.
Can you hit that with Jeff? I thought you could only hit that when you have an S.
Oh, no, you definitely
You
can
get it with Jeff.
You can? Oh, okay. I've just been lucky, I guess.
You could definitely go under it still too. So if you just go low enough, you won't hit it, or if you just stay above it.
You can definitely hit it with Jeff. Thank you.
I feel like that's a comment from experience.
Why do you think I love him so much, huh?
Alright. Uko getting through Pond Cave, probably gonna pick up the bubble rocket. Again, it's not necessary, but it is a good safety bit. Nope, skipping it. And getting a clear top rope.
Save some time. I think they're about 2 minutes apart at this point.
Yep. There's a 2-minute difference. And again, we saw pretty clean boogie tents. They don't always go that way, like they did in round 1. Jeff can miss. Jeff can die. Jeff can roll low. Jeff can cause problems, as he usually does.
As Jeff does.
As Jeff does.
Yeah, the big bottle rocket is based off of, again, another one of your speed versus enemy speed. And it has the ability to do anywhere from 0 to 750.
So crazy. There's a huge range of damage.
I don't know that I've ever seen it actually miss. I've definitely seen it hit for 100, and I know I've seen it hit for 747.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen the 750.
Yeah, it
so
may not actually exist.
They're about 2 minutes and 24 seconds apart right now. That's how long this cutscene is. So that was a nice time.
They're one cutscene apart?
They're exactly one cutscene apart. And going back to the big bottle rocket, the reason why there's that much of a range is, as expected, it is a bottle rocket that is big. Single bottle rocket roll, is I think it's what, 120 with a range around that.
It's 90 to 150 is one bottle rocket.
And a big bottle rocket literally just shoots 5 single bottle rockets. So for it to miss, would have to miss 5 regular bottle rocket rolls, or hit very high on 5 regular bottle rocket rolls.
Right.
And the fun one is what we don't see in this run, but we see in the glitchless is the multi-bottle rocket, which shoots 20. Because the game likes overkill. Heiko going for defend BBR. Teddy bear getting hit.
I'm happy with a 450. There's 130 HP left.
Which hopefully will be 63 low roll, but the cleanup with the bottle rocket. GG Heiko.
GG, nice. And we're gonna have a third race, just like
We're
last
gonna
year.
go to overtime.
Nice.
Again, timer doesn't technically stop on the death of Boogey. It stops on picking up the fly honey. So there's another about 40-ish seconds of tech smashing.
I really like that about the category too, because it keeps the complete RNG of which kids survived and the text matching after. It's such a meme to lose a fight or to lose a race in text matching after Boogey 10.
Yeah, I'm glad that's never happened to me before.
Ever.
In previous finals. I'm not salty. You're salty. I think we're officially going by timer, so it was a 1:10:41. Even though it was a little bit lower, but regardless, it's enough to get Heiko the win, and we will go to match 3.
Very on par for Heiko again, getting a 110. As he did in all
Heiko's
of
bread and
Swiss.
butter.
Yeah, I think at this point we'll see Uko put their time in. They're already here, so might as well. Again, a 112 in a race setting is, or I mean, it'll be more than a 112, but not bad by any stretch. Heiko feels at home with his 110. All right. Yeah, so Uko doing the PSI. Doesn't have fire, so can't do fire strats.
Freeze
But
is
still
only
going for the
gonna
turn
do-
1.
Yeah, Freeze is only going to do like 8 damage.
Whoa.
Wow. Big bottle rocket, 623. Boogie Tent's out of here.
Big
And
It will
boom.
be a
GG.
112.
Yeah, GG Uko.
Heiko getting back to their 110 average run.
There we go. Oh. I want to see another,
Oh,
oh, JH7. Rip.
I like
There's
the
a cou-
random blurbs in between, and then goes back to JH7.
Yep. The
Hacks.
occasional sound. Hacks! Hacks! And time on Whoa! Time on Uko as Heiko's screen goes Slimer. 1:12:41. So 2 minutes, exactly 2 minutes apart.
Looks like we're going to give just a few minutes for the runners to get ready for the third race. In the meantime, I want to mention if you're interested in doing boogie runs or any sort of Earthbound speed runs, just hop on over to speedrun.com/earthbound. You can find links to our Discord there. You got a bunch of different starter guides as well as some more complex guides as well. You'd see there that Glitchless has over 100 different unique runners, and Boogie Percent has 173 runners right now, ranging from the world record, which is a 102, all the way up to a 232. And if you're also interested in Ancient Cave randomizers, we're having an EarthBound SuperSeries a matchup for that. You'll find that in our Discord as well, and the signups for that are currently going on until January 27th. So we'd love to have you guys.
Yeah, I can recommend picking up both. Even just playing EarthBound. If you've ever played EarthBound, you have enough knowledge to do Boogie 10 or Boogie Percent. Even if you haven't played EarthBound before, it's really easy to pick up. Like you can see, kind of your average times are going to be, if you're starting 120, 125, and it's really easy to knock that down as you get the game knowledge under your belt. And it's a good gateway into seeing if you want to do glitchless. You know, EarthBound is so far my only speed game. I love it.
It's my only one as well. Yep. I've been here for close to 4 years now.
Yeah, and we're the community always learning new things. It's always impressive. You know, this game came out 25 years ago. And even up through last year, we found another use for a huge skip that saved almost 20 minutes, I think, off of the any percent time. So
Yeah, there was a few finds all at once that I think total about 15 minutes. Yeah. And if you're watching live, there's a link to the EarthBound Discord in chat.
Yep. It's a great community. We love having new runners coming in. It's always fun to see, new people pick up the game. There's a lot of different categories too. If Boogie Tent or even doing a 4.5 hour glitchless run isn't to your taste, there's any percent, there's photo percent, there's no out of bounds,
Pajama percent, my favorite.
pajama, yep, PJ percent.
We actually break Ness out of Onet in his PJs and go and fight Gygus like that.
Yeah, and all of them have different levels of game knowledge or things to learn. They're all very different runs, I think. Especially even when you get into things like glitchless, you have manip, you have non-manip. Obviously, any percent is any percent. There's debug percent, obviously, which that's just a fun one. Oh, there's house percent.
I don't know house percent. Is that?
It's
that
buying
you
the
make
house to own it.
$7,500? Yes.
Yeah. I don't think that's an official leaderboard one, but buy the house percent. Thanks, Ari.
What's the official strat on that?
Get
Where do we-
money.
Yeah, where do we make the money? Oh, there's also fun other categories that people have made. I know that reverse sanctuary order exists. I know that unofficially some people do the run with no ATM, no bottle rockets. That sounds like a special type of hell to me, but whatever. Y'all have your fun.
Huh. So playing the game normally is the strategy. That's
Farmed chickens.
And yeah, I guess the one that we didn't really talk too much in depth about is, I think, in my opinion, probably the most fun is Ancient Cave. If you've played like me, I've beaten EarthBound casually before I even started speedrunning it dozens of times. I played it at least once or twice a year, just for fun. And casual was getting stale. Playing a randomizer is the coolest thing, and it's an Ancient Cave style randomizer. Go through 9 floors. You're still finishing with Gygus. There's been a lot of development on it over the years, especially lately in the last couple years. Active development too. Huge shout out to
Chaz and company.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his handle. I can't pronounce it without looking at it.
Yeah.
But
It's always
Chaz, yes.
fun when you wake up in Ness's bed, you walk out his door, and you're in the fire cave. That's where Ness lives now.
Or when you see Carbon Dog, Diamond Dog as one of the bosses, and you pull a new seed.
Yeah, that boss is
Thank you,
generally not
Stochastic.
too.
I would not have been able to do that without looking at it. Sorry.
Diamond Dog is not generally a scary boss in the glitchless run, but in randomizer, oh boy, it's something else.
Yeah. But yeah, with that that SuperSeries coming up is going to be, I think, a lot of fun. I'm hoping to be able to run it as well. I think it's not too hard to pick up. Again, if you have it's more game knowledge than I think some of the regular runs. But doing a 2.5 hour run isn't too bad. Once you kind of learn the lay of the land and the rules of the Ancient Cave. some of our best times if you can get a really good seed. Do we have one that's below 40? I want to say like 30 something minutes.
Yeah, Andy Perfect I think has like a 29 or so.
29.
I'm
wow.
sure the chat can correct me on that.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything close to that. I think my best has been is like 130. I'm pretty psyched if I can get around there.
Andy has a 29
Temple has
and
a
a
38.
31.
Papa Andy moves fast.
Looks like our runner's getting set up here. Be starting up again in I think a minute or two.
Uko trying to decide what to name the pet.
Yep.
I don't know.
Oh, and even reacting to it. I always find it sad that we never get to see Pooh in this run. I really like Pooh. I mean, except in Ancient Cave, kind of. Not being able to equip him sucks, but as a character, I like Pooh.
I only really care for him at Gygas, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
Like I just,
Starstorm.
yeah, I don't find much use otherwise.
In Ancient Cave, since the prey can get randomized as well, I think I freaked out the first time that Pooh had prey. You're like, how can I keep him alive while I'm doing this? And it's like, oh wait, no, that's actually the best one to have. Never mind. And we're off.
All right, guys. At the end of this race, we're going to crown ourselves an EBSS champion.
Let's go!
So as a quick reminder, if anyone new is joining in, we got a 1-minute-and-8-second cutscene. Not much we can do here. And then we will get the baseball bat, the cracked bat, in our sister Tracy's room. Uko checked to make sure they still have the ATM card, and they do. One fun thing I don't think we ever have mentioned is Heiko equips his bat in Tracy's room, but Uko actually equips in the hall. It seems like there may be a little bit less lag in the hall. There's definitely fewer sprites there, so it makes the movement to make that equip just a little bit quicker. We're talking frames, but I'm a fan of it personally.
It has a good track record in the tournament this year.
Does it actually?
I think so. We're talking about the bat, right? Grabbing it later?
Well, I'm talking about just
Equipping
equipping
it.
in the hall.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So to your point, kind of when to grab the bat, I never thought about that, but yeah, you do have 3 chances to grab the bat. I think kind of conventional wisdom is grab it on the first one. But I have seen more and more people grab it on usually the third, but someone did the second too, and I forgot who that was.
That's
I
the
don't know
true
if-
chaotic one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if I did it, but definitely one perk for me to do it to the third is just to, throw the opponent off their game just a little bit. Just to make
Just a
them
little
question
bit.
what's going on.
Yeah, play a little mind games, see how far ahead you are, and they're like, "What's he doing?"
Yeah. What did I miss?
Okay, I mean, I guess like the logic behind it, it's Tracy's movement can kind of block you, but I don't think she ever really does.
Well, it's not
Her
that she can
just
block
not
you.
being in the room would make
Just make it
it
go
less
faster,
laggy.
too.
It would just be faster. But
That's
yeah,
true.
I guess technically,
Again, we're talking frames, but
yeah.
so again, if you've been with us through the first 2 rounds, you kind of know the drill. There's really no RNG. There's really nothing to contend with at this point. At least not until we get outside. And even then, getting up through to, I mean, if this is your first time watching Boogey or even just an EarthBound run, y'all been spoiled with the kind of Starman Junior we've had. I think both runners both times have gotten 2 round, which is insane. And both runners cleanly executing the behind the couch. And Heiko making it out first. Both getting a dog, both blocking it on the tree. Oh, Heiko getting caught by the crow. Uko just able to dodge. Able to kill the crow, so that's good. Uko gonna pull the snake, make it around, and finish up. There's one potential spawn plate here, doesn't ever really spawn. Heiko dodging the dog. Ugh. Doggo, stop it.
The hill climb has not been Heiko's friend.
No. He's really been getting the short end of the stick on really all the climbs he's had. Uko with the very nice pokey pull.
That's 2 in a row.
Ooh. Heiko thinking about grabbing the butterfly.
They're enticing. They're glittery and flying around. It's like,
I
pick
know,
me
right?
up. You don't need me, but I look nice. Well, that was
Pretty
an
good.
attempt.
That wasn't too bad though.
I can
Definitely
see.
closer.
I can see
Okay,
too
you're a
much
connoisseur. That's
Ness.
true.
I can see too much Ness.
Sorry, I am talking to the connoisseur of pokepulls. But yeah, this difference is, 10 seconds, 15, probably 15 seconds. Overall, doesn't matter too much.
I mean, 15 seconds is within the realm of Starman and Buzz RNG.
Exactly. That's, I mean, 15 is probably just a round even.
Yeah.
Like a round 3.
Yeah, I would say so. That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Or even just the difference of, so kind of going back to the things that Starman Jr. can do. He can guard, he can fire alpha or beta, and freeze alpha. Fire alpha being the slowest because it hits everyone, so you have to mash through all that text. Guard being the quickest, but it does have the damage. Freeze being kind of the middle ground and what you kind of want to see. Like Uko's getting there, but getting the fire. So again, you have to mash through. You can see the text for Ness, Pokey, Picky, and Buzz.
Now, one interesting thing about different attacks within EarthBound is they have different levels. Like I think a normal attack is considered level 2, where Buzz's charge is a level 3. And a level 3 attack does not actually get halved by a shield or a defend.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's why
Oh, right.
if anyone's ever watched the RNG Manip route, we Starman guards over and over, but Buzz still hits for 100 because it's that level 3 charge. Uko with the third sub 745 Starman, which is absolutely incredible for one time. Got it 3 times in a row.
And Heiko with the 810, which is still a very solid time coming out of Hill.
I think it's actually 5 seconds faster than last run. So, and we know how that ended up. So, like, this is so inconsequential when it really breaks down, as long as they're within striking distance. So the hill can ruin lives and runs.
Mm-hmm. Another thing that some, new runners or people who've just played EarthBound casually, you might typically think that you have to go up to Buzz to talk to him to kind of get his life story, but you actually can just walk right by him and he stops you, because he really wants to tell you about his life and what you need to do to, save the world and beat Gygus and absorb the power and
the power within.
Well, it's actually the power without.
Oh, sorry.
That you're making it your own.
Good observation skills by Uko there to not just walk right into the snake like I would.
Twice, actually.
Yeah, I would have gotten to both those fights.
Again, talking about what we like to see coming out of here, sub 10 minute. That's a good time. Go picking up and equipping the Mr. Baseball cap. That's the trash burger. Just outside the burger shop.
Heiko's having some fun.
Oh.
Yeah, Heiko's just going home.
I give up.
This speedrun sucks. I'm going back to bed.
Can you get around that? Yep. Right, Uko's gonna make their way down.
Swing wide to the left. Avoid that spawn plate.
The visual trigger we use is the center line, as you can probably see them walking down. Center line of the
Now, I can only chalk this up as sometimes it doesn't work, and I don't really know why.
Yep. It mostly works, usually.
Yeah, it's probably 98%.
Uko smartly using the bread roll there.
Mm-hmm.
Would have surely been pogo pumped.
4-turn?
Oh, and missing.
Oh no!
So
it happened anyway. Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah. The other problem is with Ness at such a low level, he misses a lot. And usually the most inconvenient time. But again, as you can see, the lead's flipped. Heiko immediately now ahead.
It's honestly kind of ridiculous because, like, how hard could it be to hit a dude who's bouncing on a pogo stick with a baseball
Have you ever ridden a
bat?
pogo stick?
Yeah, I'm terrible. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this guy's good.
He's a pogo punk.
Like
That's
a
what he does.
BMX pogo expert.
Can we make that a thing?
It probably is. I used to work with a person.
X Games.
I used to work with a person who would go to like the Foursquare World Championships. So like literally anything is possible.
Hey man, if it's on the Ocho, it's real. Heiko making it through the first Pogo Punk, onto the second Pogo Punk.
So Uko only used the bread roll, no burgers, so Uko doesn't need to buy anything.
This fight is insane.
2 misses.
Everybody's missing.
Or falling down.
Oh my god.
Oh, it is you, RJ. It's falling down.
And the smash.
And the
Thank you.
smash. The completely useless smash.
Oh my god.
Oh, you can see. Having those two spawn on Uko, that's probably more normal if you aren't doing the despawn kind of path we take. Thankfully, they're kind of a little dumb and take a minute to react to you. If you know to go and talk to this Pogopunk, you can usually get to him before they start racing at you.
Uko used a couple of life ups there because they know that there's a butterfly waiting for them right outside this fight.
Oh, but not taking it?
What? I think they forgot.
They had the iframes too.
I'm confused. Alright, Frank fight. Heal bash, heal bash, heal bash, heal bash.
Again, Frank usually takes 4 hits. That's 3. Doing a safety life up though, which can oh. Wait, did I miscount?
I mean, 4 hits is actually a little on the good side.
4,
Sometimes
15.
it can take 5.
Oh yeah,
maybe
okay.
6.
True.
Yeah, you would need to hit at least 16,
16.
or more
Mhm.
3
That's right.
times. So, I don't know.
Fine. Again, quick maths, not real maths.
But it
I'm
sure
not
is
gonna-
fast.
I'm not going to talk about how I actually have that stat written down. I do say usually 4 hits though, so.
I mean,
Oh, no.
Whoa.
Uko taking the.
I didn't see what happened.
Oh no.
I wonder if they ran
Was
out of
it just
cooling time.
massive damage again?
I mean, they only had 1 life up or maybe not even 1 life up.
That's true. Because yeah, they had used it on the Pogo fight. So Heiko out of the Frank fight.
I mean, for sure, if Uko's gonna have 2 deaths, these are the 2 to have.
See, I'm not sure if Uko forgot to heal or not before the fight, but they went in with less than full health.
Got unlucky.
That's true.
I went and clipped the stream to take a look.
Oh, look at you.
Give us the run back.
All right,
Good.
hold on.
Give us the highlight reel.
The replay.
After further review, Uko is still dead.
Started the fight with 34 health.
Ooh, that's
Oh, okay.
risky.
Got hit for 21.
Yep. And
There's nothing you can do about that.
Mm-hmm.
They had 13 health.
Yeah, you can see Uko contending with the plates down there. And there's 14 spawn plates on the south side between kind of that pizza parlor and the right side of the game arcade.
Can we just call Krogoth the analysis or the analyst here?
The analyst. He is our analyst. I don't know anything.
We're just here. Who invited us?
You two actually run the game. Alright, we'll go back into the Frank fight. Getting those soft hits. The brandishing of the knife is the scary one. But taking him down. Going into Frankenstein with 2 life ups, not too bad.
I just looked over to see Krogoth open his inventory and have 2 burgers, close it back, and walk back to the burger shop.
I didn't realize I was running this race too.
Oh, Heiko, sorry.
We were talking about you running, or RJ running it on the side, but...
My favorite part is Heiko actually got the money for the burgers, just not the burgers. Uko getting through the Frankenstein fight.
To be fair, there is a definite, I mean, usually in the races, we're only doing best of 1. So, you know, running a game for an hour and a half is one thing, but running it 3 times in a row
There's got to
And-
be, yeah, decision fatigue.
There's a lot of fatigue just mentally and even physically. You know, not everyone streams for 4 hours at a time.
I barely stream for 4 minutes at a time. Ness gets out of bed. Nope, done.
Yeah, so that is something, and I hadn't even thought about that until just now. Like that does become a factor on this third race is who can overcome the mental fatigue of just having to remember these steps, which ones they've done, which ones they haven't, which ones they did in a previous run.
Yeah. So
Um,
we've had walk by butterfly versus forget to buy burgers so far.
mhm, exactly. Heiko working that spawn plate. That little rock being the visual indicator we use. Not getting lucky on this plate though. There we go.
There you go. You willed
Was it
it
5?
into existence.
Thank
That
you,
was
Corona. So the slugs have 30 HP. We're hoping that every hit we do is at least 30. But that was a 27, and sometimes
Heiko making up for it. With the smash.
the slug had 3 HP. Heiko. Oh, second smash is more helpful.
Calm down. Save the. Oh, 27. No, not that calm. A little bit more anger.
Dial it up. Oh, 30. Perfect. Keep it right there. And Ness fell asleep.
And yeah, just for anyone just joining us now, yeah. So this is Boogey percent. It's a best of 3. The runners are 1-on-1. Time starts on at the start of the race. Time finishes at the Boogey tent in Threed. It's about an hour and 10-ish minutes. If Heiko had his way. To complete the race. Both runners have had times in the 105 to 106 range as their PBs. And their tournament averages are in the 108 to 109. Heiko, I'm just gonna assume is 110 because of course it would be.
It's probably a good guess.
Yeah.
These quick maths are great, by the way.
Hey man. Calling me the analyst, so.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sarcastic.
What's the percent chance that his tournament average is 110?
100.
Okay.
Well, that was how Heiko made it into the bracket stage, beating, for that matter, both RJ and I out of it.
I didn't deserve to be anywhere near this bracket.
I actually do want to mention that for a second. So we brought 8 people to the bracket stage. Uko was the 7th seed and Heiko's the 8th seed, and they have demolished seeds 1 through 6 and are now here fighting. Obviously, it's still anyone's game, but at this very moment, the number 8 seed could win it all.
Yep.
Heiko brought the plague with him against the runners. They could not. I have never seen such terrible RNG for the people that had to race him. I think both people he raced ended up dying in Onet twice.
I will admit I forfeited after my 3rd big Onet death. Like, we're talking the first race, we talked about how bad it was. It was a 35 Onet versus a 40. The absolute best I could have done is like a 42 or maybe even higher. And Heiko got a 108, so I mean the game was already over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Thank you, EarthBound.
Have y'all been counting packs?
No, because you're the analyst, sir.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know how to count.
I'm color commentary. That's all.
I don't know how to count, but if I was gonna fight a Pogo Punk, I wouldn't miss.
I'm going to analyze that Heiko is probably 6 away because he's moving up and trying the 6-pack strat, which he does prefer. The last 2 rounds is kind of bitten him in the butt a little bit, but clearly he's trying to go for it.
And I'm going to go ahead and say that Uko doesn't have 16.
That is probably true. Both runners do like to do the 6-pack, so.
Ooh, but I think Uko is on 16 now.
Just turn
What?
around. No.
Oh, I don't think it
With
was
so
gonna be.
many
Yeah, it
weird...
wasn't either. I think there might be a 6-pack there, but it's spread out weirdly.
How many plates are up on top there?
I mean, it could be a bunch
4?
of 2-packs for sure.
Yeah, it could just be a bunch of Antoid packs.
Yeah.
Okay, Uko's found 20. It's starting 20. And I'm gonna guess after this fight that Heiko will be at 20 as well.
Well, he keeps getting
Maybe-
enough Antoids, it might just be level 8.
Yeah, I think one more Antoid should do it.
Yeah, there's 5 plates on the top right there. All of them have a chance of,
Wow, good find to only find one thing there.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Offense up by 7?
What?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, he clearly has 24 offense.
He has 26. I did not know that was a thing. So he's got 26 offense. Definitely can one-shot any single Antoids. Probably going to do at least 30 damage to Ant if there's no shield.
That's when you watch, he's gonna have just 3 clear rooms. not even get to use it. It will be useful against Titanic Ant though. You're never going to You're never gonna kill him with just your
Uko has
Rockins.
at least 24 offense as well. That's good. Both runners getting that.
And still not much time separating. All right. First rockin' off. What do we get?
7's good. But he got hit pretty hard. Got a 47
up.
or something.
All right, we're going to burger.
Double burger?
Double burger.
See, this is okay as long as he doesn't get magneted.
Yeah, well, because he got magneted for 8 last time, right? I think.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to make sure he had enough for the second one.
Yeah.
8's really high. Magnet usually doesn't pull 8, but it can, obviously.
He's got around 40 HP to go. I think about 25 to 30. One more hit should do.
Oh!
Oh, so
Wow.
close.
Maybe if he didn't get double smashed, he might have just made it.
Yeah, I think if he had gotten the first smash but not the second, it would have been okay.
Yeah, I think he might have had it. Just the extra smash animation.
Uko got a low roll on their first rockin', 58. Followed by
my
47. Both Titanic Ant clapping back. Wow.
Titanic Ant has taken many a
And-
name. Oh, no! Oh, don't
Wasted
do
life
it! Not
out.
this way! Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Dead turn. Good. And a max out on a burger. That's pretty nice.
Man. Game. Oh, the miss. Please!
Game 3, y'all. This is what you came to see.
I think EarthBound might just win.
EarthBound always wins. It's like, it's the house, right?
And
Ant, please, come on.
this game is the worst.
but y'all should speedrun it. To take the misery off of us.
Uko running low on their burgers, but making it through Ant. Wow.
That's pretty important.
1 burger left.
Yeah, they most likely will have to buy more. Don't need to, but they could. Maybe should.
I think they will. They do have a sizable lead at the moment.
Nah, let's throw it away on the cops.
Throw for content.
Oh,
That's
I'm
okay.
moving a little too quick.
We
But
got Rockins.
again,
We can also just auto fight.
we're just auto, yeah. Mice only have 36 health, so there was no risk of dying or anything there. That was probably the prudent strat. Heiko
Got a few
finishing
more
his
rooms.
climb.
Sorry.
Nope.
Yeah, you drink that fruit juice.
And I can respect that because if it's at the end of the it's at the end of your item list, it is very easy to accidentally eat it instead of a burger.
I did it.
Yeah, for some reason, when you try and use an item and heal for 6 and then get hit for 20, it just doesn't bode well.
No. Ooh. Nothing Heiko could have done
Yay.
there.
Great Antoid spawns.
Yep. That plate is very high chance of spawn, and there's a pretty
Nice.
decent chance of
Don't forget how swole Heiko is, though. It's huge offense though. He said Antoids. Never heard of them, and kept going. All right, Ant
Ooh,
Part
alphabet.
2.
72 is fine.
Both Antoids done.
Oh,
Auto fight?
overmash. That was an overmash for sure.
Boy.
Oh,
He's gonna
no.
lose.
Okay.
He's gonna lose a second, but at least he got the heal
He's
off.
got another life up available now.
So we're at about 100. Again, Ant has 235 health, so.
What?
Ant.
Heiko.
I don't fault
Taking
him
the-
for that. I like that
No.
strat. But Ant's got light hits that hit around 20, 25. And then they've got heavy hits that hit in the 40s. And
Oh look, every animal in Onet.
we came to pay our condolences.
Thankfully, they run away at least at this point.
They just steal your frames.
So chat asking, yeah, why this category? Why Boogey 10?
One main reason is right after Boogie Tent begins Three Tunnel and Grapefruit Falls, which all the glitchless runners kind of agree that the difficulty cliff gets real intense all of a sudden. And also Boogie Tent is a nice boss fight that we all have to kind of convene on. So we just all kind of decided on that. And when I say we, I mean people way before me. But
It's kind of like right at the quarter mark of the entire glitchless run for most
for
people
sure.
too, and you basically go through every strat that you could possibly need to get through the game in the entire duration of a boogie run. So it's like a really good introductory thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like that 110 number we keep talking about. Once you're able to get below a 110 boogie, you pretty much have a firm grasp on the tech of this game.
Yeah, and from that point, if you were to extend it to glitchless, getting a sub 5 is a piece of cake, I would say.
Yeah, if you could do a 110 boogie, you can do sub 5 glitchless most likely.
Probably in like a 440. 430. There's a lot of interesting and I think really fun stuff in like the last third of the game. But the middle part, yeah, kind of 3 tunnel mole cave.
department store. That's a fun
Department store. All of those are just they're just brutal.
Meanwhile, Uko threw Onet.
Yep. With
GG,
32.
Uko. All right. Ant, please.
Ant Part 3, Return of the Jedi.
Oh, I like that Ant movie.
Oh,
I
a
don't like-
magnet right off the start.
8? Heiko's better than me because my console would be off at this point.
Oh, and the miss. Yeah, and this... Ooh. Oh, the outspeed. Very nice. Needed that.
Didn't want it the second time, though.
Nope. Hit. Heiko just, yeah, hoping for those dead turns. Ant down. Man, and again, there's no better way you could have played that fight. Or, you know, most of the other fights before it either.
The double smash, man.
The double smash. Yeah, what can you do about that? Nothing. But good. We're through that. Ant. Final Ant. Down.
Yeah, no more Titanic Ant. Go away, Butterfly.
That was the last Titanic Ant of the tournament.
Like the Titanic, gone but not forgotten.
Oh, we'll never forget.
And that one is strong.
I think we need to start going through the tournament, like recap, and see what bosses took the most runners out and stuff like that. I think that'd be a fun thing to add into stats.
If
Maybe not
if we
to
can-
actually recap, but
If we can
for people
access
who are
all the
listening.
VODs, I was not able to access all the VODs. They didn't all exist.
Yeah, they
Come
get
on.
they
A
go
lot got
away.
blapped. All the brackets are there. Or sorry, all of the Swiss is there, but brackets I can't seem to find. On Uko's side, they're making their way to the spawn point. Excuse me, to the pencil. Again, now that you know, looks to see where they changed direction. Oh, whoops, never mind. They already got the... Oh wait.
Decision fatigue. It's amazing.
Either that or they were trolling us. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, don't put that past Uko.
Ooh.
Uko phoned in. Hey, there's a pencil here. What do you want us to do? Matter of fact,
Unless
the phone
Uko
is only a receiver phone. It cannot actually make calls, so...
unless you were saying Uko was phoning it in.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
Anyway, it's a cool bit of tech. You should look into some of the guides. It talks about that one little memory trigger.
Uko will probably get that butterfly right there. No? Oh.
Nope. Because you said they would. They're not going to.
Uko would probably do Shack Death Warp here.
Oh, okay. Heiko making his way through the gauntlet. 1 cop down, 3 regular cops to go.
Did we mention the 5th cop, or no?
No. Fifth cop's a scaredy cat.
Trolling.
Yeah, there's 5 cops here, but you actually only fight 4. And then the 5th one says, you know what? Just fight my boss, and runs out.
It's a Karen cop. Calls for a supervisor. Ooh, hippie
Oh,
manippy.
why?
Bring in the hippie with you.
Come on, hippie, we're going on an adventure.
Hippie joined your
Oh.
party.
Could you imagine?
Oh man.
You just
All
stop
possible
playing the
in
game,
Ancient
you and they
Cave.
go to a concert.
Yeah, if you played it casually, you know that there's a lot of spawn plates all around all of the cities. They're only 5% plates, so they're not, you'll generally won't see one. Obviously getting the hippie plate there. They're usually easy to avoid. They kind of just walk at you, and there's a lot to get them stuck on. Heiko going into strong.
Only one rock.
117.
117.
Very strong.
9 HP left. There we go.
Yeah.
There it is. 38-18.
Yeah, about 6 minutes behind. I mean, that's not. It's definitely not over.
For the record, Uko was trolling.
Yeah, with all those periods, I believe it.
Yep.
What the heck else is new?
There's only one record, and it is that they were trolling. Yep. Having to taking the robo is probably the right fight. Again, Uko gonna just kind of spam running away.
At least the robot's missing.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not
that
very
could've-
accurate.
That could have gotten out of hand.
As we were talking earlier, probably had a very, very, very low chance of
Didn't even notice that tree.
low chance of running, but every turn is another 10% up. Yeah, the trees are slower than you, but if you're not paying enough attention, and I would say on your third round, definitely is a time when you may see things not as they are. They're easy to get tricked by. What?
Uko!
Uko.
Oh gosh.
RJ, do you know what's going on?
Oh!
I think we're trying a shack warp.
Wait. What?
So, Uko's gonna try and Uko's gonna save. Oh,
Oh. Oh.
okay, yeah. So Uko's gonna save here in this store, and they're actually gonna die at the cultist fight that is right outside Paula's cabin, and come back here.
So they won't have the ability to death warp, but the bridge in Peaceful Rest Valley will be rebuilt, so the walk is much shorter. So overall, that's going to save some time. Yeah, I like it.
All right, everyone else.
Blowing my mind.
What else? What else do we want Uko to do?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Uko, do
My-
Vogler as well. I don't know.
Yeah, go back and do Vogue.
Go back into Vogler. You're going to go back to PRV
I've
anyway.
changed my mind.
Meanwhile, I think Heiko is actually doing Vogler again.
Oh wow! So two unconventional strats. Shack Warp is much more unconventional still, but we're gonna have some fun here in our final match.
Keeping me
Yeah,
on the edge
well-
of my seat.
Always a big fan of winging it.
Both runners show people to their last.
Oh darn! Uko died.
Wow. Fantastic warp. They have to go out and get some psychic points though, right? Or no?
Sometimes they'll just work with what they got. We'll
Okay.
have to see.
This is new tech to me. I
So-
think I've heard of this before, but I haven't seen it actually done.
You can't get a
in
butterfly out here in the middle of the town.
Yeah. So
True.
for anyone that's not aware, Onet RNG Manip has existed for many years, and recently, when I say recently, I guess about 2 years ago, Tucson Manip.
Finals ever.
Tucson Manip also got introduced and added to the Onet Manip, but before that happened, PRV and Happy Happy and all that, what's much scarier because you were not manipulating and low leveled. So Uko had this strat to do the Death Warp from the shack instead of going back to Tucson with it.
Wow.
I don't
I'm
know
surprised
how.
Heiko could run.
I don't know how Heiko ran from that UFO. I lost count of how many turns there were, but there must have been 5 or 6.
Yeah, little UFOs are incredibly fast enemies. Going back to the negative run chance, Heiko had a negative run chance starting that fight. I'm gonna do the not quick math and just say that and
Yeah.
assume it's correct.
Because
it's probably
UFOs,
close.
I think it's 55 speed. Ness has 10.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be
Roughly?
negative 40.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Uko getting the first reflect. And a second reflect. I'm just gonna have to bash it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
You hate to see it. Well, he's
and the
dead.
third reflect. There it is.
Okay, but don't forget, Uko doesn't want to die anymore.
Oh, that's true.
So
I
that
forgot
death
that.
warp we talked about, yeah, it's already
Who
happened
wants
at the
to
chat.
live?
Uko's gonna walk back through PRV with Paula and continue on their merry way.
I don't even know how to time their difference at this point because the strats are so like. We're gonna have to do it on a next like Runaway 5 or something. This is cool.
Yeah, I don't know. You just gotta love it. Archaic strats from the vault.
Thinking about running Boogie percent yourself? You too will not find these strats in these beginner guides.
Yeah. You will never hear of these things.
Heiko making his way through. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
UFO like, I learned how to walk straight.
UFO's like,
Really
let me at him.
really aggressive UFOs. Trying to be careful not letting things spawn behind him though. This is a This is a very common
Okay.
pincer spot.
There we go. Oh my god, UFOs, please! Why?
These two are gonna walk past each other in PRV.
And for sure, UFOs are the worst enemy in here, just because how fast they are. They're hard to run from, and you'll generally miss with a rockin', so you have to bash them out. And now we get to see what we very rarely see, the reverse swap from PRV with the rebuilt bridge.
And the
Uko-
enemies will still come at you here, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Uko
same
and
spawn
Heiko
plates.
wave to each other.
Yep. Had a little high five. Interdimensional high five. Whew. And there it is. Thank you, Mr. Bridge Builder.
Oh, okay.
It's alright, just go back.
I used the
Hey-
bridge 3 times, 4 times, 5 times,
Thanks, bridge guy.
Getting my money's worth.
6. Please, Mr. Bridge Builder is my father. Taken from chat.
Damn it,
Not my idea. Not my idea.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Peen. Never mind.
Yeah, it would be Peen Train.
Heiko making his way through the cultist cave the first time. Gonna get over to Shaq. And
Nice bird dodge.
I missed it. Did Heiko actually get the life noodles?
I actually also missed it. I was too
I think
surprised by the bridge touch.
I think we were around Mr. Bridge Builder at that point.
Yeah.
We were talking about something really important.
Alright, gonna see what he can do with the Shaq fight. Again, reminder, these cultists have 94 health. They already called for 100, very nice.
He missed the middle one.
No, he missed the crow. It's
Missed the
okay.
crow.
Yeah, calling for help on your very first turn isn't that bad because you're already using a rockin' anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
And oh wow, all
Is that-
three gone.
beefy rockin'.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start naming my Rockins that from now on.
Oop, left side
PSI
chaos theater.
beef.
PSI beef alpha.
Yep.
Oh, taxi cab.
Get
Super
pushed
lit.
by the taxi straps.
Beep beep.
Move it, kids.
Ultra left side. Oh, actually no, it's sorry, it is the theater underflow.
This is not the theater you're looking for.
It's hurting my head.
What part?
All of it. The whole part.
This is hurting my left side brain.
Heiko making it for cultist number 2.
Hitting for 63. Wow.
Ooh, getting set up pretty well.
We're about to see the world's hottest Vogler.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Heiko open his inventory, so we still don't know if he has the life noodles. He has to have the life noodles, right?
Go through the bus.
I mean, because I know you'll do it. You should just do straight down bus. No, don't straight down bus. Heiko getting the first rockin' off, 75. Was hoping for the first round. It's a risky strat. Oh,
Outspeed, but it was okay.
Yep. And again.
Alright, you have to heal here though.
Nice. All right. Well,
And enough. Wow. Come on, one reflect.
my God.
Wow.
That
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
Gotta hope for a
Miss.
miss. No, we
No.
gotta.
Darn.
Car painter, you're great. You're just as great as Ant. Heiko, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, that was brutal. That, I mean, again, that kind of goes to show, that's how brutal EarthBound can be.
Heiko, just go get a bunch of fresh eggs and bananas. You can do it. Uko got the photo.
Uko is such a troll. Straight down bus.
You won't see these strats anywhere else.
Trust us.
You shouldn't see these strats anywhere else.
Yeah, go Heiko.
Yeah, can we get some hype in the chat for Heiko? He has not been handed easy RNG at all. In fact, he's been handed awful RNG constantly. Gonna make his way through PRV once again. See how the pincer wants to go. As Uko gets dropped off by the runaway 5-ish. How do they all fit in that bus? With their equipment? I mean, I used to be a band kid and I don't know, man. I had a minivan and it could hold all the equipment or people. Not both.
So which one did you pick?
Well, we were in high school, so everything. Oh, I thought he got. Yeah, I thought that was stuck.
Yeah. Oop. He's got 40 psychic points though.
Uko
nice.
got into a fight in the graveyard.
And Paula's dead, but that doesn't matter.
Yep. She's gonna be alive
Friend-
again in a second.
Friendly
It's a clown.
reminder that if
Oh
you
my
have
God.
a teddy bear, they have a 75% chance of taking the hit. And the teddy bear is still alive.
Yep. Oh, Uko's still getting some trouble. Again, those ghosts, they can clip, not meant to, but they can kind of phase through small walls. So they're always a little testy to be around.
Look, everything.
There we go. And honestly, even a death up there isn't that big of a deal. You respawn back where the Runaway 5 dropped you off. And you don't really need money. Yeah, you don't need money at this point anymore, so...
Yeah, you're golden.
Sometimes it's not the worst thing to take. Like, if you get into a fight, obviously try to fight out of it, but if you do take a death there, you're just down a couple seconds.
I was about to ask if Heiko bought any healing items or acquired any healing items, but then I remembered that they have 40 psychic points, and this battle will be a piece of cake.
Yes, it will.
I'm not feeling the confidence.
Let's... It totally will.
If Heiko loses this battle, I need to buy
40
him
psychic
a new
points.
cart.
Yeah. Go for the first round. Hope you get no reflex. It's unfortunate. 75, he's gonna heal through that.
260
Second.
HP. We got 90.
Okay, you have so much psychic points, just keep... Oh! There we go, at least we got to reflect.
165. It's a big one.
Let's say he should be real close to death. And
Ooh, I don't have to buy a new cart.
GG. I believed in the RNG the whole time.
Yeah.
But finally, out of that, so since he set up Vogler, I assume we're going to see, like we saw in the last round, gonna go pick up Paula, take the Death Warp, use the noodles.
Heiko, hit A.
Hmm? He got a sub 1 hour carpenter.
So yeah, I have to play.
Oh yeah. Well done, Heiko. Uko making their way out of... Oh, yep. I did the same thing my first race. Again, mental fatigue can set in at this point. And you forget that you need to pick up the items before you leave.
Nah, Jeff got this.
He needs a crowbar. He still needs the crowbar.
Fine. Hey, Uko, bet you won't pick up the broken laser or whatever it is.
But I can't equip it, they say. And I can't throw it.
Oh, I guess they actually won't. All right then.
I'm tired. Yep. Yeah, best of 3 is for sure rough. And these have not been easy runs at all. Wow! Heiko with the 800 crows.
That's amazing.
Every crow in the game.
They're over here!
Ooh, so either Heiko hasn't picked up the life noodles yet, or they have so much HP that they've decided to do a PRV death warp.
Oh, nope. He's taking... well,
Gosh.
trying to... I know, that was crazy. He's trying to take the gauntlet to now pick up the life noodles, which isn't bad, actually.
So we've seen department store, we've seen Vogler, we've seen reverse Vogler, and we've seen Shackwork now.
Reverse Vogler.
Yeah, both runners putting on an exhibition. Basically every strat you could see in a Boogey run, you have seen here. And now, yeah, they don't have to get out of the... Don't have to worry about getting out of here. I'm always a little bit cool in general on PRV Death Warp. Just taking the regular non-Vogler, non-Shack Warp, obviously, out of the equation.
Ness was already dead, and the Sprout said, nope, I'm taking 3 psychic points with me.
I feel like even if you have, and I know the math doesn't turn out this way.
With fast math, it might.
Well, I'll let the old hat runners tell me, because it's like it just feels like the mole is faster when you take into account trying to get a robo to spawn, how often they miss, and like what ends up happening with me is I typically get given a cold, and that's just a lot more text to have to go through. Yeah, it'll kill me eventually, but
I mean, it just feels like if you're gonna go for something, if you want to go for PRV Death Warp, you might as well just go for the bear or something in the cave.
Yeah.
That's where I land as well. I used to be a PRV fan, but I'm not really much of one anymore. Uko took a death to Protos,
Is that the
but also
first proto death we've seen?
shoot, it might be.
Yeah, tonight for sure.
That's rare.
I want
Yeah,
to point out
pretty
that Heiko got the. I'm not allowed to say it, but the bear in Paula's house.
Safety bear.
Safety bear. Someone
that's-
asking.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say someone in chat asking when is T-Rex bet percent. I will admit I have done that once in my 20 years ago, just selling cookies and bread rolls for money and getting a T-Rex bet. It took forever. Uka making it through. Not killing the Protos, but at least running away.
Trying for the duck skip again. Committing. Oh yeah.
Ooh, now
That's
we're
the
talking.
placement you want.
Good movement by Monkey.
Monkey cooperating for Uko. Unheard of. I guess I could have just shortened that to monkey cooperating. Unheard of, but. Uko looking for a good intro to Mole Cave. Pond Cave? Wrong cave.
Mole Cave, best cave?
Imagine getting a wrong warp from here into Mole Cave. That'd be the worst.
No problem here.
We got the Totally Not Blues Brothers on Heiko's screen.
Oh yeah, fun fact, if anyone's not aware, the Japanese version of this game, Mother 2, they actually do wear all black, kind of like Blues Brothers. Somebody thought that there would be a little bit of a complaint when they came to America, so they changed it and made them look like Mario and Luigi.
Kind of. Yeah, the localization for this game was really interesting, and ultimately really well done.
It's more like Morio and Luigi.
Man, I was trying to drink some water.
Ah, Luigi, I am sent.
Hold on, let me change my my Twitch name now.
We are all Luigi on this blessed day.
Hey Heiko, what are you gonna do to me? Oh my god. Get this guy out of
Oh
here.
yeah.
He had the
He gets a
audacity.
clap. Nah, he did it right.
I think are we having technical difficulties on Heiko's side?
Nope. I think everything is just fine. In fact, it's perfect.
Hey, there's runner fatigue and commentary fatigue.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all are
I
just
told you we
hallucinating.
used up all our content in the first run.
It's past my bedtime. Gotta go home.
What if I told you guys I've been commentating from my bed this whole time?
Whoa.
I haven't, but what if I did?
What if you told us that?
Whoa, hold on. We were just called out and said we were getting goofy now.
No way.
Thank you, Temple,
see.
for the backup.
Yeah, I don't know what you. I don't know what you guys really expected.
None of this wasn't goofy. Yeah, double negative. Deal with it.
No, I'm not. I'm not commenting from my bed. This is all official and legit. Professional. What did I say? I meant professional.
Legit.
Yeah, that's professional.
All right, shameless. Oh,
Oh.
Uko, where are you going? I don't even know what this item is.
This is the pipe.
Oh, you got the broken pipe. Yeah, you told him to get
That's
it, so he
the-
went and got it.
Yeah. That's true. I did tell him to get the pipe. I just forgot it was there.
He forgot to talk to
Wait.
Dr. Handanuts.
No, you have to reactivate it? I didn't know that.
Really? Oh, I didn't.
Oh my god, I thought Handanuts walked right in soft lock.
Oh my gosh, that would have been. No.
It can happen. It can happen if Dr. Handanuts is in the wrong spot, and when you move to the UFO, he moves to the right. He can actually despawn himself in the game soft locks.
Oh, that's hilarious and awful, and I love it. EarthBound, why do you?
We learned something new.
We all learned something new.
Y'all thought you weren't gonna learn.
Again, you're not gonna see this in the beginner strats.
Note, if you leave the room. So Uko activated the cutscene for the Skyrunner by talking to Dr. Ananuts, but then they went to upstairs to get the present. When they came back downstairs, they had to talk to Dr. Ananuts again to restart it. Interestingly enough.
That's so wacky.
All right, we're gonna try and make this shameless plug work. You think you can run better than these runners? You think you can commentate better than us? Well, come on over to the EarthBound Discord. Find it in speedrun.com/earthbound, or possibly in the live chat. What y'all think? Did that work?
It works.
Okay.
Sorry, Heiko was saying his tourney averaged in the dumpster. I see a 110. I see nothing wrong.
Yeah, it says run 10 right now. Oh, their timers are so in sync right now, almost.
For you.
It's like a half second off.
But yeah, no, for sure. Thank you, Airfram, for posting the Discord link. Again, join us in the EarthBound speedrunning Discord. A lot of helpful people. We actually have a number of new runners wanting to pick up other cookies. Picking up some of the other runs, any percent. Again, Boogey percent is kind of the what's the word I'm looking for? First steps, intro run to glitchless, you could call it.
I'm sorry, I was reading chat and then I looked up and there were 6 open presents.
Yep.
That guy was sad. Oh, you took my cookies.
Happy birthday, Heiko. I think those cookies were being made for a birthday. For a party. Oh, it was a party.
Wait,
You're making the cookies for a party.
Uko, are there any chicken shenanigans that are about to go down?
Oh, I have Uko's muted. Is there clucking going on?
Oh, there's clucking going on.
Oh boy. We're gonna see a blessed run.
By clucking, I mean...
Yeah. We got a BBR, 536, 43 health left. And will Ness outspeed is the question. There it is.
Use the chicken.
Chicken has officially been thrown at the tent.
It was not very effective.
The year
Needs a
has been
broken pipe,
blessed.
but nothing happened.
This race has had it all. There is nothing left to display for the Earthbound community. You have seen everything.
Yeah, no,
Oh, hold
actually,
on.
at this point,
Heiko's using cookies. Keep that in mind. Heiko getting buff over there.
I was about to say, yeah, we've been saying you should run this and see all the cool things for yourself. You've seen everything, so I guess at this point, I don't know, run it if you want.
But with that, Uko is going to go to 2-1 and be the 2020 EarthBound Super Series champion, which makes Uko the very first repeat winner. GG's
Congrats,
to
Uko. Well done. Man, that was a hell of a final, y'all. And this year, it just the whole series was fantastic. I think it was the first year we did Swiss, which I think a lot of the runners loved. It was the first time we had a super fun losers bracket between Wa and Hunter
Oh yeah.
for the third strongest. That was a lot of fun. and this again, going to the third round, there was a lot of bad RNG on both sides, but again, Heiko rolling with the punches as best as he could, but sometimes Earthbound gonna Earthbound. All right. I think
Jeff's just staring into my soul.
yeah. With that, I think I do think we're gonna call Heiko's gonna call it. We are. If you stick around, we're gonna do. I believe we're gonna get interviews in just a minute. If the runners want to pop into the commentary channel.
I'm not sure if they're set up for that, but hopefully we can bring them in. But while we do that, definitely want to mention, also we are doing Ancient Cave Randomizer, and the signups for that are going on right now. Come on in, sign up for that. I think you'll be guaranteed at least 4 rounds of Swiss style brackets, and the signups end January 27th, so we'd love to have you guys.
Yeah, if you didn't catch my spiel in between rounds 2 and 3, Ancient Cave is just so much fun. It really comes down to intimate game knowledge, intimate map knowledge. You learn a lot about the game just running it, even though it's not built like EarthBound at all. It's so much fun. Highly recommend. If you haven't done them before, you don't have to be in the race either to run them. If you Again, nice little plug, sign up to the Discord. You can throw a command to have a seed created for you. I think there's usually do weekly seeds as well when the tournament's not going on. Everyone kind of just runs it at their own pace and sees who can get it the fastest. So a lot of fun, just around AC in general.
Should we try to get Heiko in while we wait?
Yeah, if Heiko wants to pop in. We'll be able to pull you up if you go into general.
If you want to as well. If you don't, we get
Yeah, this was a lot longer than we were expecting too. Okay, he's checking his mic. And thank you all. Before we get into these, I want to thank everyone for watching.
And RPG Limit Break for letting us do this again.
Oh yeah, thank you RPG Limit Break. Thank you for letting us show off, I don't know, one of the best Super Nintendo games out there. All right, welcome Heiko. As I think you just finished getting your mic set up.
Heiko, oh, are you there?
I was muted. Hello, hello.
Hello.
I got one question. Why'd you do it? Why'd you go left side bus?
I mean, when I think of you, RJ, I just think left side bus now. So
Oh, man, after
I've
my
done
own
this to
heart.
myself.
So on the third match, you had really high offense. You went up by 7, and then the ant said, "I'll smash you, and I'll smash you again." Did you feel like there was anything left at that point, or?
no. I mean, as a play-by-play, so what it was is, I saw the smash. I was like, oh, I think I'm dead. But I actually really quickly, got my sweet auto off. I'm like, okay, I have enough for the heal. Yep. And then he caught me again, and then I just kind of cried. So.
Hello.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Hello.
Hello, Uko. Congratulations on being the first 2-time winner of the EarthBound Super Series, Boogey.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'm completely and utterly floored.
Oh, and pulling out. Were you planning on doing the Shack Warp on that third, or?
I was like, I've been thinking about this finals session for months. Or not months, for weeks. I've been trying to be like, what should I do during these different matches to kind of like spice it up? But I wanted to like not do anything. I wanted to like be totally serious and like go all out, like a competition, like, and not do anything weird or silly like I did in 2017. But here we are.
Yeah, I see that idea went right out the window.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we definitely didn't egg you on or anything, so I don't know where you got half of these ideas.
Well, I just had the idea during the Runaway 5 show. I was like, let me ask the commentators what side bus I should do, just to see if I could like get a debate going.
You knew what the answers were going to be, and it was going to be Hunter doing the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, I just heard straight down bus, and I was like, all right.
Well, if you guys
It's
said
objectively
so.
the slowest, but
I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, in general, through all 3 runs, I don't know, Uko, I know generally you do watch the stream to see kind of how further in front or behind you are. Heiko, do you do the same typically?
Yeah, I had it up. Some just to be humored by the commentary also, actually.
Oh yeah, I do the same thing. Like, I love listening to the commentary, and I love listening to people pick apart every tiny mistake I make. It's really funny.
Buttering me up now, Heiko, won't fix anything.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was that I heard mention. When I was going for the Vogler the second time, it was kind of like, yeah, it's like I thought you did the Vogler, picked up the couple life noodles on the way, on the way back. It's like that's not a terrible idea. I'm like, let me try that.
It
There you
ultimately,
go.
like, yeah, it seems like a pretty decent idea because then you don't have to worry about getting stuck there, right?
You just have to get in there.
yeah, I mean,
Back's probably still better though. I was pretty much gonna walk back if Paula didn't die. I was like, yeah, walking back's probably just better.
yeah, for sure.
How are you? Well, I'll ask the question to both of you, but let's go Heiko first. How did you feel going into the last round? It being tied 1-1 with the RNG that you hit in the first 2 rounds. How did you feel going into finals?
I mean, obviously with Uko, I kind of just feeling massively like the underdog, and I was just really hoping to at least not get 2-0'd was my real goal. So when I brought it back 1-1, I was pretty happy and just going to do what I can. But I mean, EarthBound be EarthBounding.
EarthBound always be EarthBounding. Uko, how'd you feel coming into the last run?
I mean, I was feeling pretty confident. Like, I was glad that I didn't just like 2-0 right away and have it end just like that, because I felt like that would have been boring. But as soon as I died to the first Pogo Punk, and then I died again to Frank, I was like, okay, Heiko has it.
Yeah, luckily
Yeah.
those were some fast deaths. Unfortunate for Heiko that Ant decided to double smash. That was a great one.
So
yeah,
Uko,
I feel like the 2 ant deaths paved the way for a lot of wins for me in this tournament.
What did you say to Titanic Ant to get him on your side?
Oh, I saw PSI please. I remember that.
I did, yeah. PSI ... please. That might have helped a little bit. Just kind of on my hands and knees begging for relief.
Working the RNG. I guess some more strats again you won't see in the beginner guide.
I mean, in the personal PB attempt grinds, Ant has been treating me pretty rough, so it's kind of a relief to not have it so bad in the tourney, I guess.
All right, well, I think that about does it for us here. If anyone has any last minute things to mention, otherwise, I'll wrap it up for us. So again,
I just want to say thanks, everybody. It was a lot of fun. I signed up for the EarthBound Super Series of 2020 on a complete and utter whim. Like, I got the notification that signups were open in the Discord, and I was like, oh, you know what? How about I sign up just to see what happens? And here we are now. So I feel very privileged. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, along with that, I had a ton of fun. I also kind of joined up randomly. It's been a while since I have. I had a ton of fun. I enjoyed being the 110, just driving it down. And as I think is very fitting, I go out with my only win in the finals being a 110. Of course, it's just spontaneous.
It's fate.
awesome
Thanks,
stuff.
everybody. It's
Yeah,
tons of fun.
GG's to Uko and definitely Heiko with an amazing second place finish. From all of us here at EarthBound Super Series, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, RPG Limit Break, for having us hosted, Temple for running the show, Airfram for working behind the scenes, and commentary and runners. You guys did awesome. I think it was definitely a fun night. So we're gonna raid Andy, I guess Andy Perfect, and make sure to give him some love. He is an EarthBound speed runner. Thank you guys all, and have a good night.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Take care.